Okay. All right. I did a video the other day on how I deal with the toe. Like I'm doing things a little differently now. Um, I am not necessarily always mapping to and one half inch to the white line from the apex of the toe because my horse's feet are going through a lot of changes right now as the back of the foot is opening up and the whole frog is moving back. And so the apex of the frog is moving back in some, like on one foot, I have been helping it move back and thinning the frog down. On the other foot, I haven't trimmed it quite as much, and it's been doing it on its own, which is very interesting. And uh, and so the where the apex pulled back to on the other foot, uh, if I was to measure from there, one and one half inch, I would really have to take the toe back. And something I've been doing is, of course, now my dorsal walls I should get a picture up here. My dorsal walls, they grow straight down for the most part. And so a lot of people, they will have issues where the dorsal wall grows down vertically, but then before it gets to the ground, it takes a turn and goes horizontal. And so it's not like the wall is growing down past the sole and you can rasp it or nip it off straight, because as soon as it gets to the ground, it goes horizontal and it is flush with the sole, and it could grow out, 5 inches that direction. So those are often, sometimes people don't know what to do with that. I have been in that position as well with several horses. So, but what I have found over the time is that it is not good to just rasp that whole toe back and make it look like a normal foot. Um, Not good to necessarily always take that sole back, because you don't always have the correct connection of the wall to the sole in the toe. So you have to be careful of that, because you don't want to see these feet adapt, and you don't, let me get a picture up here. You don't want, just a second here. You don't want the sole and the wall. Let me find a better picture. Hold on. Oops. Now we'll just put this one up for now. Just a second. Okay, here. Okay, so you don't want the the sole to come loose from the wall. There is a specific connection. This is kind of dirty here, but you can see the white line here that's yellow. And then you can see the wall over here. Now I've beveled this. All right. So this sole is connected to the wall by this yellow line here, which is, it's the lamina of the wall, the internal lamina of the wall, and there is a glue, a biological glue, just like rubber cement, that the sole injects into the wall that connects the sole to the wall. So, just a minute here. So, the wall has to grow down the lamina, and right about in here is where the sole corium starts on the outer lip of the foot, and it injects that glue into the wall. And so ideally you want your wall to grow down, connect with the sole, and then they grow together from there down to about here, and then the sole quits growing after about an inch, but the wall
Hey,
will keep
what
growing.
are we supposed to be looking at a solar view?
No,
Okay.
no, here, let me annotate so I can explain what I'm doing here. Just a minute. Let me make that bigger. Okay. All right. So what I wanted to meant was, okay, so here's your wall that starts growing here, and it grows down now internally. Well, here, I'm going to draw that there. So internally, your wall is like this. Okay, this would be the innermost part of the wall, make it a different color. Okay, so this is the internal wall, and it goes down to about here. Let me do that again. To about here, where then that would be the end of the foot internally. Okay, there is glue injected into that white part of the wall, and it and the sole from about here grow down connected together right to here. And then the wall itself, which is out here, right about here, okay, the sole will die at about an inch. The sole quits growing, but the wall, it will continue to grow. And so it will grow past the sole like this. And so let's see here. We'll do this. So let's say your sole is this thick. That's all the thicker the sole will grow. Well, it'd be back here. And then it dies off, and the wall, let me redo this. The wall will continue to grow past the sole. See? And so you trim this off so that it comes up level with the sole about to here. All right? But sometimes some people, depending on what's going on with the foot, they have a problem where the wall, let's see here, the wall, instead of, well, let me get a different color. We use blue. The wall, instead of growing straight down, it may grow down to here, and then it'll take a turn and grow out like this. See there? It's not growing straight down like this anymore. Now, another thing it'll do is this sole, just a minute here, the sole, will take a different color, or no, yellow's good, I care. Okay, so this is your sole behind the wall here. Hopefully you'd have a nice thick sole. That'd be good. Okay, so this sole that usually ends right here, okay, this toe will often pull the sole with it. Well, how would that do it? It will pull it out here. Okay, so somehow this still connects with the lamina here. And a lot of times, if you just totally take these toes back here, you're going to disrupt this connection between the wall and the sole. So you have to be careful because these feet adapt. And so a lot of times the lamina in here, let me try and find another color. Um, the lamina that the sole is connected to, a lot of times they will adapt so that even though your wall has grown out like this, it's still connected to the sole somehow with the lamina here. And so if you just always come up on feet like this and you just take that whole toe off, let me find a different color. What color? Oh, we use pink. Let's say I come and I just am going to cut this off right here. Make it look like a normal foot. Even though this is growing, this wall is growing out this way, I'm going to thin it down and take that out. You could come up here and you could actually disrupt how the toe has adapted in the lamina here to hold the sole and the wall together. See, you could the blah, blah, blah. The hoof capsule wall and the sole that is connected to it is only connected via the white line, which is this yellow line that glues it together here. So if there's been some disruption of that and that foot has adapted because the wall was flared and going out like this, and you just automatically just take it off to make it look like a normal foot, a lot of times you could disrupt that connection. Well, then the wall, okay, even though it's growing forward like that, it's still connected to the sole here. And so if you disrupt too much of that, you could destroy that connection, and then your wall is not connected to the sole at all anymore. And what'll happen is the weight of the horse on the inside pressing down on the sole will push the sole down, and it will push the wall up, and it will not be connected at all. And that's when you get what is called a sinker, where when you have laminitis and you get rotation and the wall itself, you'll see it actually come up, and you'll see the horse press on the sole and press it down because it's become disconnected from this wall here. So you can't always just measure these toes to 1.5 inch to the white line when you have a situation like this. Because especially if you have a horse uh, especially if you have a horse that is foundered and has laminitis and has rotation and has what's called a laminar wedge in the toe. So, just a minute here. Let me undo this. Okay, a laminar wedge in the toe, which would be, okay, so if the wall had grown out like this, okay, now remember, the wall has a thickness to it, right? So the wall could be there, and the inner foot could be here. And so then you have a laminar wedge. That means the lamina has multiplied, but it's still holding on to the wall. And that's in here. The reason it's called a wedge is because it's wedge shaped like this. So what that is the lamina on the hoof capsule. I don't know if the word proliferate me is right, but it multiplies and it adds lamina in so that the lamina that should have been just a thin layer connected right here, it actually is holding on to the foot like this. So what that has done is it has adapted so that it's still holding on to the sole there. So to grow them out, first of all, you can't always just necessarily, you cannot, if you have a rotated foot and that foot has rotated up here in the coronary band, you cannot grow these out by taking the toe back because it's got this wedge in here, see? And so if I come up here and I just take the toe back like this, then what's going to happen is this is going to grow down, but this wedge is still going to be there. And what'll happen is it'll grow down, but it won't grow down attached in here. And what it'll do is then it will push the internal toe back that way. And you'll still have a laminar wedge, but then you're going to shove your horse's foot on his toe. And it's going to be like he's standing on his tiptoes in the shoe, but you won't notice that because you're looking at a capsule. I make it like this, like it's like if you were to take off a cowboy boot and you still had the pant leg and or just the boot top showing, but your foot is in the top of the boot and you're actually standing on your toe. Anybody looking at your boot and your shoe are going to look, it's going to look like it's normal. You know, you got your pant leg and your boot, but internally you're standing on your tippy toe. And that's what happens to these horses when the foot comes gets pushed back, but the walls, the toes can look normal. Okay, but internally, because see, this is a foot inside here, and this capsule is only a shoe. Okay, and so that foot can be displaced and moved, and that's what rotation is. It's just the foot rotating, the wall going forward, the foot going back, and the horse winds up standing on his tiptoe in the capsule. And you'll see these x-rays where you'll see the coffin bone, where the coffin bone is standing straight up like this. See? When it should be over in here like that. That's what's happened is this connection has been disrupted. And so the wall is being pushed this way and the coffin bone is being rotated that way. But see, you got to remember, it's not just coffin bone, it's a whole foot. There's a whole foot inside of there that's attached to that, see, that's over it, like so. So, anyway, so we need to understand how these walls grows, how these walls grows. Where's my English come from? How these walls grow, how the lamina is attached to the sole via the white route line, which is a glue, because the sole does not have lamina. It just has a biological glue that it injects in there. Here, we need to look at some lamina to get that in our head. What's going on here? Just a minute here. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So the main thing that people need to do is understand how the parts of this foot grow. Now you're dealing with a shoe in the capsule and a foot on the inside covered with skin, and how these two are attached to one another and how they have to grow together. So let me, if I can find, oh, there we go. I need to go find a hoof capsule for you to look at. So just a second. The inside, I want you to look at the inside of a hoof capsule and get this picture in your head. So let's see, inner foot, GHI. Okay, just a second here. Maybe this will show. Just a second. Okay, this will work. Let's see. Okay, so
Hi,
here,
everyone.
hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, how are you?
Sorry, I've missed the. I'm fine waiting for the New Year's Eve in a couple of hours,
Hey,
but I've missed the post to get in. I have the
oh,
data to get in. Now I don't know how I went in. Anyway,
okay. Well, I'm
so
glad you
happy to
made
be
it.
here.
Happy New Year. Almost.
Almost, yes.
Almost. Okay, so
Sorry for the interruption,
no,
but I
you're
was very
fine.
happy. I was
You're good.
eager to get in. Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so here we have the the internal part of the hoof capsule. This is the lamina. You see how they're little leaves? These are called lamina. This is called the insensitive lamina. So you have two forms of lamina. You have the sensitive lamina, which is like skin tissue on the inner surface of the foot, and those little sensitive lamina that is a type of skin, they fit between each one of these like sheets of paper connected together. Um, and so this is the insensitive because it's part of the hoof capsule. So that means it doesn't have any feeling in it. But the skin that goes between each one, that has feeling. And so it's almost kind of like a Velcro almost, but way more intricate the way it's connected together. And so up here is your coronary band groove. That's what your coronary band fits in right here. And look at, you see all these little pock marks there? So the coronary band has these little paps, little little what would you call it? Paps. Well, that's what you call it. And they feed these tubes here. And that's your horn tubules. And then in between the horn tubule, you have what's called intertubular horn. And so the horn tubules are like hairs, but then they're all glued together by the intertubular horn. And so the coronary band feeds all this, and that's your hoof wall that grows down. And then you have another type of corium that makes the uh, the lamina, starts the lamina growing right here. And this is the insensitive lamina. And so this is connected. This is what connects it to the foot here. And like, so you have a piece of, you see, okay, you see how it's a long uh, layer. They call it a leaf, a leaf. So you would have a lamina leaf. Just a minute here. Let me annotate. You would have a lamina leaf that's insensitive. That's part of your capsule, part of your hoof capsule. And then right in between, you have a piece of skin in between those two that's connected in there, like that, in between every one, like so. That's how it's connected. And it grows down this, the lamina skin on the inside of the foot. Okay, this is attached to that. And so the lamina from the hoof capsule that you see here, okay, here we'll use orange, okay, okay, it slides down the sensitive lamina of the foot. I'm going to make that a little wider, just a second here. we'll do this. Okay, so this would be the lamina growing and sliding down. And then this is the stationary lamina. It never goes anywhere. The horse has the same lamina skin. That's what it is. It's a type of dermis. It's skin. The lamina skin on the inside of the foot, but the hoof capsule that grows from it right here, okay, it grows and it slides down that lamina there all the way down. It'll just keep going, going, going till it reaches right here. And right here, okay, is where a type of glue is then injected into uh into these spaces here. See, before it had the skin of the lamina on the foot that it was connected to, but right here, the skin on the foot, the lamina leaf on the foot ends. Let me see here. I'll do this. Okay, so this is the skin on the foot right here.
Linda, share, please.
Aren't I sharing?
I don't know, you're drawing something.
It might be light. Maybe I need to make it thicker. Hold on.
Yes, we cannot see it very well.
Okay, I'll make them thicker. Okay, so, okay, you see that?
Yes, now we can see it.
Okay, so that is the skin on the foot. That's the lamina leaf, the sensitive lamina skin leaf. I'm just showing one leaf, they'd be between all these deals all the way down on the foot. That's representing the skin on the foot. And this, okay, you see all these little leaves, that's the insensitive. Means the horse can't feel it. It's part of the hoof capsule. And so it's right next there. They're like this. It grows down that leaf on each side. So this is temporary. But the pink, which stands for the lamina leaf of skin on the foot that it's attached to, is permanent. That's the only lamina leaf that horse is ever going to have. But these lamina leaves, all these in here, see, all those in there, those are temporary. They're like your fingernail. They grow and they grow down like so. Let's put another skin one in there. Now the foot ends right here. The lamina leaves on the foot end right here. But this lamina on the capsule grows past them, like so. And right here, you see these little holes right here? Right in here is where there is a biological glue that is injected into these lamina. You see how they have spaces in them. Formerly, the space was filled up with the skin on the foot, the laminal leaf on the foot. But once they get right here at the end of the foot, there's a process that goes on that fills them up with this glue. That's your white line that you see that's really yellow. Okay, so it fills them up with glue and it connects them to the sole. Let's see. Here, I'm going to make them go down a little further. Like say right to here. There's your lamina leaves on the inside of the hoof capsule, all these leaves here. And instead of having the sensitive lamina of the skin of the foot right here, this lamina and the hoof wall is going to keep growing past the bottom of the foot. And as it does so, it gets this yellow glue injected in between them. So that is what holds the sole to the internal lamina. Now here you can see the sole. See? And so the sole, what color should we make it? And I don't have gray. We'll just make it light blue. So right here, it connects it to the sole, which is right here. And the sole is composed of tubules too. So this is the sole. You can see the sole in here, right here. And here's your white line. And so this glue is connected to the sole here. And then they all grow down together. This is how the sole gets connected to these lamina leaves on the hoof capsule here, and that is what makes up the white line. And so this is vital, that you have a healthy white line that is really yellow, okay, that connects the top of the surrounding upper outer wall of your hoof capsule to your sole. And so if this connection gets disrupted, that's where you get like a dirty white line or a stretched white line. Or if something happens to really disconnect this, then your wall, which is, your wall, which is here, all of this on up, all of this, okay, your wall becomes disconnected from your sole. And it's like, okay, has anybody ever seen it when you were a kid, or maybe you've seen another kid with an old pair of tennis shoes on, where the sole became disconnected from the top of the shoe and the top of the shoe was just flopping? Anybody ever seen that? I have. I probably had a pair of shoes like that at one point. The top of the shoe, they have to stitch the sole to your boot, right? To the top of your boot. And so if that stitching comes undone, the sole comes loose, right? Well, that's what this is. That's what this stuff here is. That glue that gets injected there that makes the white line, that's the stitching that stitches the sole to the top of the boot, the top of the wall of the hoof capsule. So these are things that we have to understand so that we can understand how to deal with the toe, because the toe is okay. These horses, they can have disconnection in the quarters. We've all seen a lot of that. Okay, but you don't want especially, you can have stretching in the toe, you can have a dirty white line, whatever, but when this area becomes disconnected is when the toe falls through the front of the foot and the wall no longer is connected to the sole. And so, just a minute here. And so that is when you get laminitis. That is when you get rotation. That is when you get, okay, we've all seen those slipper feet. And although a lot of times the sole is still connected in a slipper foot, but when you get those feet where the dorsal wall doesn't seem to grow at all, and it'll be like this here. Okay, so I'm going to stop this for a second and go to a different picture. Just a second here. Okay, so let's look at this though again, right here. So you see this here. That's your white line area right in there. And then here's your sole right here. And so this white line that gets injected into this is what holds your sole to the wall. And so you don't want to disrupt that. So when a toe grows forward, it can compromise this connection. But the thing about it is, these feet adapt, so they will do everything they can to hold on to that sole. So we don't always want to take a toe exactly back, depending on what's going on, especially if you've got laminitis. Because, see, that's what is destroying so many of these horses that a horse will have laminitis and somebody will just instantly want to take those toes back. And what happens is this lamina right here, it will multiply to keep hanging on to the foot. And so you can't just come in and carve that foot to look like a normal foot, when in reality, internally, that horse is like even standing on his tiptoe. You cannot disrupt these laminar wedges instantly and just expect this wall to grow down that foot. Because, see, this is when you'll get like horses that want to knuckle over. They can't stand up because they're standing on their tiptoe internally, as if you were standing in a boot on your tiptoe, but somebody looking at you wouldn't know it because your foot is in your tiptoe in the boot leg. See? So you see this in x-rays. You'll see where they're on their tiptoe. So anyway, we have to be careful when dealing with the length of these toes on these feet that are compromised with laminitis. Um, sometimes you got to leave more toe than what would formerly be desirable. That doesn't mean you let it grow out 2 feet, you know, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily take it back and then rasp it all down and make it look like a normal foot when it is not a normal foot. Because the foot a lot of times has adapted to hold together. And so if you just come in and you remove all that adaptation, then what's going to happen is the sole and the wall will no longer be connected together and the horse steps through the sole. And that's when then people have a really hard time helping a horse that is laminitic and rotated. See, because they've disrupted what the horse has put together to try and hold the capsule on the foot. So, okay. So anyway, so another thing while we're here that we'll look at is this horse here. Maybe was trimmed 3 times in his whole life. And and he was 8 years old. He was put down because he was blind. People couldn't take care of him. Now I want you to notice the difference in these 2 capsules, because this mare, this is the foot off our mare Molly, and she died when she was 32 years old, and I barefoot trimmed her for 10 years. Now she died in 2016, and I had been growing heels back on her for about a year. And so she had heel and heel buttress, but I want you to notice the difference in these 2 feet. I want you to notice, now it seemed, and at the time I thought, well, she's got a good frog stay. And when I did the dissection on her feet and stuff, I didn't realize how much her heels were actually curled in. But I want you to notice here, let me get an annotate here. Okay, her heel buttresses curl in like this. Let me move that. Can you see it there? That one you can see really good. Okay. Now that happened from me trimming the heels out. This is what happens to the heels. They curl in like that. Um, Now look at this guy here. His heel buttresses, you can't see them quite as good, but they definitely do not curl in like that. They go like this. See the difference? And also look at the collateral grooves. The difference in the collateral grooves. Okay. The frog is much narrower. Here's the collateral grooves right here. Okay. Look at his. How much wider his frog is. And the collateral grooves. Right there. These are his collateral grooves. And the internal part of his frog. Look at hers. Look at how narrow the frog is. So most of our horses are like this to some degree. Now, sometimes when the heels are trimmed out, instead of the heels curling in quite like this, they will get wide. They will get wide and they will wind up being up here. How they do that, I don't know exactly. I'm not good on that part. And you could have a real wide frog, like so. But uh but I think it's just the luck of the draw on what the foot decided to do when it was trimmed out. Usually horses that are like Draft or Morgan or something more like that, their feet and their frog will go really wide, while the others will do what this mare here did. My horse's feet all did this number here and stuff. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to restore the feet to be more like this foot here, where like if I was going to if she was still alive and I had been working on her feet, just a minute here. If she was still alive and I was working on her feet, I would want to get these heels, and this is what I'm doing on my horse Valor now. I would want to get these heels here so that they would come apart and they would wind up being like this here. The capsule would get wider back here. And then her heels, oops, her heels are going to be more like this. See? That's where her heels belong, is over here. And that's what I'm working on with my horse Valor now. Because, see, here's what'll happen. When these feet distort and deform like this, on the other side of the foot, a lot of times you don't even know that that heel buttress is pushed clear up there against the frog because of the way the sole fills in and the bars, because as these feet are distorting, you are trimming them kind of in the same old way. And so the distortion is hidden uh, under the way the horse has been trimmed, because the horse has been trimmed as if he had normal feet. Meanwhile, the heels are curling in like this, and you don't even know it. You won't see it the same way on the other side of the foot. And a lot of times, the frog growth on the other side will fill all this up, and you will think you even have a wide frog, but in reality, it's just overgrowth, and it covers up the distortion of the bars and the heels so that you don't even know it's there. Okay. Let me undo this here. Okay, so anyway, that's just a little bit about the lamina, the two types of lamina, how they connect to the sole, how your heels get curled in. We're going to look at one more picture here, and then we're going to start. I'm going to do some hoof evaluations. So every time we get here, what I want to do is more detail on the anatomy and how things work. See, it takes some time to understand it. It takes some time to start getting a kind of a 3-6. We're not dealing with 3D here. We're dealing with 6D because we're actually dealing with a 3D foot with a 3D capsule on it. And the 3D foot is stationary, but it can also be deformed by the capsule. But the capsule is constantly growing on and off the foot. So it's not rocket science. It's not brain surgery because they actually have perfected those sciences. Okay. It's it's worse. It's really worse. Um, it's worse. This is like the last frontier, I think. As I was talking last week, you know, that we're like Star Trek. We're like pioneers on a new frontier. See, nobody ever knew the stuff that we know intact. Nobody ever knew how these heels were deforming and distorting and how the horse makes false heels and you don't even know it's false heels and all this stuff. And it's all just because this is the most amazing thing that it just adapts to keep that horse alive, and horses suffer in silence. They're very stoic, you know. So, okay, so I want to show this one picture here. So I'm gonna go find it again to remind people. I'm gonna put this up there while while I'm looking for this other picture, so you have a picture to look at, a different picture to look at. Just a minute here. Share. Okay, so just, contemplate this here for a little bit while I go find the other photo. And remembering that I should show you these other pictures where, because they kept trimming the heels out of this horse, he just ran out of his hoof capsules. You know, then I'd probably get flagged for grotesqueness on YouTube. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. I think I got that under cartilage. So again, this picture's up there to remind you that your horse has a foot. And so that foot you're seeing there, you see the outside of the lamina leaves that attach to all those little insensitive lamina leaves that we saw on the inside of the hoof capsule. Okay, where are we at here? New share. Okay, so this is to remind you of how false heels are made. Now, uh, now this is a adopted wild horse, and he had a foot that is just like this foot here. This is our mascot, Chester, that belongs to our member, Sharon Reynolds. And so this is Chester. And so this is basically an very anatomically correct foot. Now his toe is just a tad, because this is 5 weeks post trim, right? So his toe's just a tad high. Um, but this horse had the same foot. Okay. And so one of our members misunderstood. She was a new member. And I'm sorry if I can't remember who it was. I feel really bad about that. Um, nice gal, though, but this was her friend's horse, and she trimmed the heels. And, well, just a second here. So, when you're first taking directions and stuff like that, and because of what other people teach, It's easy to misunderstand. And she trimmed the heels totally out of this horse. So I was a little freaked out over that. And I asked her, I was thinking, oh my God, it's going to be so hard on his tendons and everything. And so I asked her to take pictures over the next 4 days. Over the next 4 days, the horse made its own heels. That does not mean it grew heel. What this means is that you see this cartilage, no matter what, it wants to be, just a minute here. Let me get the anatomy. Okay, so this that is down like this, it really wants to be in the same place that other foot is. Here's where it's supposed to be, up here, up here. So it's like your nose or your ear. You can bend it down, but it wants to be in a certain location, right? So this foot, no matter what, it was designed and anatomically, that cartilage wants to be up here, period. So what happens is there's a tremendous pull in the leg, up the back of the foot, everything like that, pulling this foot back up here. Now look, just a minute. So that's exactly what it does. It takes, you've reduced this wall that was like so. Okay, you've reduced this, so that weakens this area. And so this is pulling up anyway. And so it pulls up and it takes this little piece of wall here and it pulls it around behind the foot so that then, okay, so you see this little dot here. Now it's further back here. Further back here. And whereas these bulbs were clear down here, now they're up here. Your hairline's here. The hairline was down here. Let me undo this here. Hairline was here. Now look where the hairline is. But also, look at how it started to change the shape of the cartilage because the cartilage will get rounded out. It's more rounded out here than it was here. See that? And look at the difference in the shape of the pastern. Pastern was very straight there. Now it's back angled again. Okay, so this is like, I don't know if it was the next day or day after, but this is in a 4-day period that this happens. Okay, so now look at this other foot. Just a minute, I'm going to have to undo this. Hold on. Okay, now let's look at the other foot. Let me find my annotator again. Okay, so here was the hairline. Now here's the hairline. And now here it's even a little bit higher. And then look at how this little black dot here, which was right here, see, it's moving back. And now it's clear back here. See that? This was down like this. Then it was a little more rounded off here. And now it's even more so. Another thing that happened was, as I said, oh, let's get another color here. Okay, the pastern. How the pastern's straight. Now it's more angled. And even more so now. Now see, here's the thing. What is this really going to hurt? It's going to hurt all these tendons and everything up here and the joints. And so even though the foot here has been compressed and the heels turned in, what's it done? It's still protected the most a more vital part of the leg. See, these feet can be bound up without creating a lot of damage that it would cause if the foot stayed like this with the pastern straight like that, and how whatever it's going to be doing to the tendons and everything else, that's where you're going to get more damage. So what this does by the capsule doing this and creating false heels out of this part of the sidewall by curling it back behind the foot and lifting the foot up, is it prevents more serious damage from going on up this way. And it enables these parts to work like they are supposed to. And so, you can get a good amount of binding here with these feet making heels, constantly making themselves heels, because of course they're being constantly trimmed out. And it's going to be helping the horse maintain, uh, you know, more healthy joints and ligaments and tendons and everything up here. But there comes a point where that's going to start going the other direction, because this was only meant to be temporary. Let's say there's a drought and there's hardly no grass and food is scarce and a horse has to travel long distances and wears his heels out. Well, the foot is going to make false heels, which is good. So it's going to keep all this stuff in alignment here. But then usually droughts don't last, year after year after year. So hopefully the next year there's or say during the winter months they have to travel further for food or whatever. When the spring comes and there's more moisture and the food is more ample and the horse doesn't have to, you know, travel so far, well, guess what? He's going to grow his heels back in and his foot's going to straighten up. Okay? He's going to restore his foot. But when you have humans just constantly trimming them out, trimming it out, trimming it out, trimming it out, you wind up with a situation where instead of even having any extension of the cartilage back here, you got this. And then what else happens? Okay, well, another thing that can happen is the toe can get way long, like so. And different formations like that. Well, that is definitely going to affect everything up in here. Definitely going to affect the navicular bone. It's not going to be working correctly. And so while this is meant for the horse's survival to prevent damage and injury to the other body parts going on the way up, because usually in the spring, going to have food again, not going to have to travel as far, things like that. He'll be able to restore himself. Okay. But when you have your professional trimmers that have been taught incorrectly, constantly taking these heels down, see, you can see, we all know that in what is called barefoot trimming, that the image that has been put in people's minds is this one here. See? But in reality, the true foot of the horse and of wild horses is more like this here. See? And so the reason this horse makes heel is because he's supposed to have heel. His body is designed to do that. They want to blame everything on nature. Well, hey, there you go. Nature designed this foot to do that. See? Or somebody did. So anyway, so that's how these horses make heel. And so intact, the anatomically correct trim that we are trying to develop here and trying to understand the anatomy and what is true and correct and right. One of the main things that we look at is this cartilage right here. And so let's see. So we look at that first. We look at the hairline, but the hairline doesn't always tell it because, again, these horses make their own heels, right? So, but the thing about the cartilage is it should be straight like that. It just shouldn't be aimed down. Like I could look at this one and I could tell instantly that there's some binding going on there, but not real bad, not real bad. Um, nice thing about it is because this horse now has some elevation and his feet heels haven't been trimmed out for a very long time, it probably would have been relatively easy to restore his original heel. But once they've gone for years and years, it may take a little longer. Let's see here. Let me undo this.
So,
Okay.
Linda, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, dear.
Can we say that first of all, we have to restore the lateral cartilages, because without them, you cannot have any real heel to the horse.
Right.
Even if the centimeters or the inches are high, or whatever other measurements you do, without cartilages, you don't have heels.
Right. Well, but the thing about it is you you have to restore heel and cartilage simultaneously. See, because otherwise, if the cartilage extends, because the cartilage is attached to the foot, and so that whole foot has become compressed into a smaller capsule. So you have to grow heel to enlarge the capsule to release the cartilage so that the foot has something to be into. It has something to be into because you can't just restore the cartilage without, it's a combination of both. You're kind of
Exactly.
doing, yeah, the same, you're doing them both at the same time.
Exactly, because you cannot have the heels without the cartilages. And to have cartilages, you have to enlarge the space of the heels.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just
That goes together.
yeah,
But
exactly.
one depends on the other. Because
Exactly.
at our group, I see always people who show, look, now I have heels high 2 inches.
Hmm.
No, you cannot have 2 inches or whatever the measurement is of heel without the elevation of the cartilages.
Yep. Yep.
We have to underline this many times for
Yeah.
people to understand.
Yeah, that we can tell where we're at by where the cartilages are, you know.
Exactly.
And by where the cartilages are, and now we're going to step further in that the frog, the frog, in learning that the heels have to widen up, because I know now too, you could have some good cartilage and what looks like good heel, but your frog can still be bound under in a place where it kind of isn't supposed to be. So, like right now, what I'm saying is that we have to do this with a view to we're restoring heel with the with with the goal of getting those heels then to widen, and so that that whole frog can move back into place and get that frog up between the bulbs and behind the restored heels. That's where we're headed now.
Hi, it's
Exactly.
Eva
So we
here.
have to do all together to
Yeah,
be correct.
yeah. And in fact,
Otherwise, nothing is at the proper place.
yeah, exactly. Because then your heels, without the frog, like I'm really seeing this big time now, how these frogs absolutely have to move, you know, because otherwise they'll just keep pulling your foot back down. You know, it will never be quite right. Um, and I'm seeing it happen on my horse slowly and gradually, that frog is moving. Like a lot of the heel is restored, but they are not, they're still curled in. But that frog is gradually moving back, widening up the heels, and it's like, you know, that area between the bulbs where the periopal rope is, okay, where we see that, okay, it's like that is slowly opening up like a gate to let that whole frog come back through and up high between the bulbs. See, like, okay, say his name. You got to say his name for me. General, what's his name? Because I never pronounce it right. Are you there?
Xenophon.
Xenophon?
Right.
Okay. Like he said, the frog is the heels are high in front and high behind with the frog well up off the ground. And what he meant was that frog is high up between the bulbs and you can see it. You know, like we do in these feet here. Let's go back to our other feet here now. Let's see.
Linda, Eva here.
Hi.
Can you hear me? I
Yes.
also think that we should mention that at least I use the hairline should be straight over the
Yes.
heel bulbs.
Yes. Yes. Got to add that to that. Thank you. And stuff. See, all these details that we got to get used to looking at, you know. And you can see how the hairline rose here as this horse made heels for himself, you know. Um, but yeah, definitely. And I know that is what Xenophon meant. The foot is high in front and high behind, meaning, yeah, high heels, but that hairline, you see it, you know. And here, I'll show you this picture again. Let me find these pictures by this artist. It's before he was in the 1600s, before they started trimming the heels out of horses. Let's look at some of those pictures. Because definitely hairline, and from a distance and without even a real good picture, you can see hairlines. You know, like on all those wild horse videos and stuff we've been posting for the last week or two, you look at those feet, you see the high hairline. You see that they have heel. You see that their feet are good size, you know. Um, let's see here. Where did I put that guy's pictures? Just a second here. Do, 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 do. Okay, here we go. Just a second here. This guy was good at painting fruit and then painting horses. I just thought that was interesting, you know. Just a second here. Okay. Arthur somebody. Okay, so let me enlarge that. Okay. So, you know, see, look at the hairline. Look almost straight across. See, how fabulous is that? Okay, and you can see the back of the foot here, the hairline is very high. See, that's just fascinating. And no shoes. No shoes. On these horses here, no shoes. Look, look, this one has a notch. Ha! It just is great. Okay, here he is again. No shoes. Well, this one might have shoes, I don't know. But no shoes on the back that I can see. This one might have shoes with calks, I don't know. But maybe calks because they wanted to elevate his hairline or something. That horse don't have no shoes on front or back. Look, high hairline.
And do we see the volume of the hoof?
Oh yeah. Look at how big their feet are. You know, their feet, yeah, volume. That's I don't yeah, it's big ain't a good word. Volume, that's a good word. But you can definitely see the hairline. Look at the back feet. High hairline, high hairline. And this is what we see in all those wild horses that man hasn't gotten a hold of. See, history proves tact. See? Yeah, I mean, just these big, healthy, massive, good feet on these horses. Ha, I like this one the best. This horse has no shoes, you know?
Notches here too,
Yeah.
the back.
And I wish I would like to see, I wonder where this painting is. I'd like to see it for real because it shows the back of the foot there. See, but you can see the hairline is high. You know, the frog well off the ground. High hairlines over here. High hairlines. And you can see that, you can see there's that type of concavity, but you would know that there is a very thick sole ridge in this foot because so much of the sole depends on the heel buttress being correct.
Linda, I would like to talk about the frog, the apex of the frog a little bit more,
Okay,
because now I have this problem. The apex of my frog in Benenitra's hoofs insist on going to the toe more than it should be.
okay,
I don't know why, and I don't understand why.
okay. Hmm. Well, have you got pictures? Are you there? If you're talking, you're not coming in.
Yes, I will send you one solar view and you will understand it. I'll send it to your messenger.
Okay, now here's something interesting. This, okay, we've seen, look at this foot, look at this horse, got big cartilages, no shoes, right? No shoes on his feet. Now look at this horse. Look at these horses here. They got shoes with calks. Their cartilage is bound. These horses have false heels. These
Right.
horses have been being shod by a farrier, and these horses have contracted feet and false heels. How about that? Ha! See, you can look at them and tell the difference in these feet that have been being done by a farrier on a regular basis. You know, I recognize these types of distortions, you know, between that horse and this horse. A stark difference. That's interesting. Well, see, when you paint that fruit, you notice details. That's why they have us, you noticed in art class, we're always doing still life, you know, and stuff. So that was funny. That don't, that don't look, I guess that's barefoot, but it didn't look barefoot at first. Okay. Anyway. All right. Uh, okay. So on one of my, oh, yeah, the apex. Hmm. Anyway, I'm flipping back and forth. I got to get on one subject here. A second here. Okay. Hold on. I'll get there. Now you sent, let's see here. Share. Let's just put it back here for now. And then I'll go and we'll look at her feet and we'll talk about the apex. And then I'm going to do Summer's horses that are on the group page. Okay, where am I at? What am I doing?
The previous one with the shoes on. The other horse has a very long toe.
Yeah, very upright, very
Yes,
long. See that type of contracted foot. Um,
exactly.
you know, I got a collection of photos because they used to take these horses' feet and make inkwells out of them. You ever seen that? Like they're abundant. That was a thing. When the horse died, took the whole hoof capsule, everything, and dried it out, trimmed it up in silver, and made an inkwell out of it.
You have showed us one of these.
Well, I got like about 20 or 30 of them. And so you can see what the hoof capsules of these horses in the 17 and 1800s were like because they're perfectly preserved. We'll maybe look at those later. Okay, I gotta go get on Facebook. See, now with Valor, especially on one foot, like on one foot, I'm really trimming the frog down and the apex has been moving back as the frog is getting shorter and wider and on both feet. And the apex is moving back in a very interesting, strange way, especially on the one foot where it's doing it on its own. On the other one, I'm helping it out more. So let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna get on Facebook. Computer is being slow. Oh, well, of course, here. Gonna take a little second here. Computer's kind of slow to load. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, let me get Do you have a side view you can send me?
Well, yes.
Okay. Still, this foot is looking good. But yeah, I see where your frog is stretched up there. That apex is stretched up there.
Is better than any other time before, but still we are not there.
Yeah. Well, like me, I'm still not totally there either. Got a ways to go. You know, just about the time we get there, we learn something new. So, I have arrived. Oh, no, I haven't. Haven't found the promised land yet. Let's see here. Okay, share. Okay. That foot is looking really good. The frog is looking good. Now you've done with your heel buttress some of what I've done, right? Looks like it right there.
Yes, I've done a little bit, but now the side view, you'll see we're not there yet.
Okay. See, now I like this, what I'm seeing, how wide this is between the bulbs here. Okay, I'm gonna go. Is this the side view that you just sent?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. And so she's got some, because she was so foundered, she had laminitis so bad. And you've never been able to get x-rays, have you?
No,
So we
I
know,
have one, it's 10 years ago.
so we can safely assume that she has some remodeling of the coffin bone, you know? So,
She had this ski tip.
yeah. And so that always tends to lend to them um, having a kind of a dished wall like that because it's the shape of the coffin bone. So it's growing in the shape of the coffin bone.
That's why I keep always a very, very strict equilibrium on my trims.
Yeah. Yeah. And
If I go further on, we are done.
yeah.
If I take the toe back, we are done.
Yep. Yep.
So I
Yeah.
have to find out what is the best for her only.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And this is why I don't post many photos of her hooves on our page, on
Uh-huh.
our group, because you have to have all this knowledge to understand that I cannot bring back the whole hoof together.
Nope. That's right. That's right. So
And this is not a good example for the group.
I know what you're saying, because we've had this neat, tidy little foot drilled into our heads. You know what I mean? And so
Yes.
when we see, even though we've changed, okay, we're still not used to. I mean, I'm getting way better to where I look at feet that are by no means perfect, and I see all the good stuff that's going on with them. You know, feet that are coming out of distortion. Um, or feet that are just way overgrown and have long toes and there's stuff going on there. It's not as bad as what you think. See, like a lot of these wild horses in a stage of self-trim, depending on the type of the year, sometimes their toes can get long. They break out the sides, things like that. But their feet are actually great. So let's see here, just a minute, because uh, new share. Hold on.
I've sent you the back of the hoof to see how beautiful it looks.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't matter what we're seeing here. We're just seeing so much good. Let me share it. Yeah, so we're not going to get hung up on the dorsal wall. We're not going to get hung up on the toe. You know what I mean? See,
Yes.
because in barefoot trimming, because of the image, that short toe that's been, because it's all about take the toe back. You ever know you go into some of these barefoot groups and they're always, oh, the toe is too long, the toe is too long. And on horses that have no toe, because they've had that image put in their head of that 30-degree hairline, steep, and it's a rear foot for crying out loud. This is a front foot, right?
Yes, this is a
Yeah.
front foot. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, look at this. You got a tremendous frog. Now, what I'm seeing up here as far as the apex, okay,
Yes.
she may have some damage to the coffin bone and the corium that goes back that far. We don't know because you don't have any x-rays, but here's the thing.
Now, the strange thing is that the whole hoof is coming back, but I feel that something is drawing forward the apex.
Well,
That's the strange thing.
yeah, it could be that the whole foot is shifting and it just seems like the apex is growing forward when in reality it's just that the whole frog is coming backwards and the whole foot itself is shifting, because I'm seeing my horse's feet shift and I'm seeing some really, well, especially in that one foot, some real weird things going on with the apex of the frog, which I'll show you. Okay. So I think, in my opinion, that is what is happening, is the whole foot, the frog corium is pulling back, and 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 the foot itself is shifting, the capsule is shifting. And so I'll show you what's going on Valor here in just a second. So, but see,
I'm 100% sure that the frog is coming back.
yeah, it is coming back. I can see it. See, I can see it. And so as it does, it's going to thin the apex. See? And what you may find, of course, your horse had laminitis, so I'm not sure what's up there. But in mine, it's pulling back, and then underneath, eventually, there'll be sole under the very tip where you see that apex now. What's actually going to be grown under there eventually will be sole as that
I
apex
hope
moves
so,
back.
Linda. I hope so.
Yeah, I think so. Let me go
We'll
back.
see.
We'll see. Yeah. I'll show you on mine here. Just a second. Let me, let's see, share. Okay. So
Yes, but because maybe the sole at the tip of the frog is compromised, so it takes time to make new
yeah.
sole.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
it seems that crawls forward. It doesn't. It tries to be back, but the sole cannot hold the rhythm of the other parts.
Yeah, I think, see, your internal frog corium is pulling back. Okay. And so
Yes.
as it pulls back, your apex is going to move. And where the apex used to be up here, where it used to be growing from up here, well, the corium that was shoved forward up this direction has now stretched and been pulled back. but you're still going to
Yes,
see this on the capsule. But in reality, it is growing from a place further back here.
I
See?
hope so.
Yeah, I know. I'm
This is
pretty sure.
exactly what I was thinking about
Yeah.
with this hoop.
Let me show you this. Okay, so let me explain on Valor's front feet. I
I
trimmed.
hope, sorry,
Uh-huh.
Linda, I hope everybody understands what here and what we're saying here. It's a very special case, this one.
Well, let
I don't
me.
know if people who attend the Zoom really see what we are saying.
Well, as they continue intact, they will. So I'm going to explain something here.
Yes,
About the soul
now I
corium
don't talk anymore.
that
Thank you.
grows that grows the capsule. Okay, the capsule's temporary, the foot is permanent, and just a minute here. Okay, inner foot. Okay, so let me find some inner feet here. Okay, let's see. Do. We're going to talk about this. Okay, see, this is the part you got to get in your head to understand some of this stuff. Share. Okay. Okay, so let me make this bigger. So this capsule here is temporary. It grows on and off the foot. It grows in one piece. It is one piece, even though it's composed of different parts, and those parts are connected together in different ways. Okay, it grows like a shoe, and it is in one piece, and it comes off of the foot like a shoe. And so the foot is permanent. Now, only about 1/3 of the foot is stable, the coffin bone. The 2/3 of the foot is soft cartilage and fat, and it is covered with skin. And this frog corium under here, um, it's all movable. The heels are all movable. This whole area and the cartilage can all be, when the heels get trimmed out, this gets pulled down. As this is getting pulled down, well, you got your frog corium under here. What happens? Okay, this is pulling down, it's pushing your frog corium forward. And all this is soft, and it can push this whole thing forward. And then when the capsule grows from, okay, so as the heels are trimmed out and as it pulls the bottom of the foot, the back of the foot down, then the capsule grows from the foot that has been reshaped, and it will hold the foot in that shape. And so as the back of the foot is pulled down and the whole frog corium is shoved forward, and then the frog grows from it in that position, it binds and holds that frog corium right there. And of course, right here in the center, you got the frog stay. And so the bulbs and everything are pulled down and forced under, and all of this. See, even the soul corium gets shoved forward. It'd be like, okay, anybody ever had a sock that kept slipping down in your boot? That's kind of what it's like. Okay, but then your boot doesn't grow and force your sock to stay on your foot right there, right? You can take your boot off and pull your sock up. All right, well, all this corium here gets displaced, and then when it's forced into a position it was never meant to be in, then it grows this hoof capsule from that position, and the hoof capsule then imprisons and binds the foot in a distorted and unnatural position. So what we're doing is not just growing heels and frogs and stuff like that. We're releasing. We're growing heel to elevate the back of the foot so it will quit wanting to uh, turn the heels in and pull them under. And we are, in effect, we're trying to strengthen that and grow it and lift the cartilage, while at the same time, you have to weaken that frog. See, and here's what happens in barefoot trimming. They say, oh, don't trim the frog, just trim the tags. And you wind up with a frog that isn't even frog. It's usually this periopal has grown over the whole thing because all this has been pulled down and under. And so and even the frog stay that's in the center between the bulbs, that can be stripped out, and then the periopal can grow over the whole thing. And so, but it all looks like frog, and so they want this calloused, hard, tough, basically it's a dead frog. And so that frog's going to bind that foot right there in that deformed, distorted position. So what we have to come in and start bringing life to the frog. And once the frog starts growing and things like that, we have to keep thinning it down so that this skin that's forced forward, which grows the frog, can move in little increments and be released and start being pulled back as you're growing the heels up here. See, and I believe this is an area where we've had problems restoring heels, not realizing we needed to trim more frog out so that it would release. Hold on here. So it includes the sole too. In the heels, a lot of times you have to learn to take out enough sole to where stuff and bar to where stuff can move. See, everything, the whole back of the foot that grows, all this stuff has been pushed and forced into a deformed, distorted position. And as long as it is in that position, it's going to grow the hoof capsule, the bars, the sole, the frog, the heel in that distorted position. So what we're doing is we're growing certain things and releasing other things so that the internal parts of the foot can move and grow stuff from a new position. That's what we're doing. Okay, so, all right. So again, okay, this is your foot. All right. And the cartilage is meant to be fully extended and up here. And the capsule is temporary, but the foot is permanent. And so if I trim these heels down, it's going to pull this down in an unnatural position, and it starts to deform the internal foot, and then the internal foot is going to grow that capsule from that position because here, and we have to remember this, the back rear 2/3 of this foot being soft cartilage and fat and skin, the only thing that supports it and helps it to retain its true position, shape, and form and function is the hoof capsule. It grows. So it has to grow it in a specific manner to maintain its true shape and form. So if the horse wears the heels out, it will pull this down into an unnatural form. Well, it wants to be up here. And so the horse, that's a lot of horse and weight and everything up there, and tendons and deep digital flexor and the whole works, and plus it's cartilage and fats being compressed. And so it will pull up and make false heel. When it does that, then it's going to grow the capsule. The foot will be slightly deformed and it will grow the capsule from that position. Now, in the wild, what the horse does is a lot of times they'll grow some toe and they'll break out the quarters, and this will create leverages that pulls the foot back up slightly out of the capsule, and then the capsule will grow from a new position. And that is why I say too, we're having to learn how to use these leverages like these horses do. You know, when they break out a chunk here in the quarter, how the toe is going to pull the foot forward. Them with the leg attached to the foot's going to pull the heel back up this way, and it's going to straighten their heels up, and it's also going to pull. A lot of times it'll pull this kind of out and up to where then they start growing that capsule from a new position. So getting this in your head that capsule's constantly growing on and off, see, and that if the foot gets deformed, see, when this gets pulled down, that frog's right on the other side of there, right? Well, then it just shoves that whole frog corium forward. Okay, and then if the toe and capsule grow forward, well, these toes can grow clear out in here, and they can stretch the apex of frog clear past the toe even. We've seen that a bunch too. Okay. Now, here's an example. If someone were to look at this foot, they'd say, well, look there, he's got a 30-degree hairline with heels, bulbs on the ground. No. When you take the foot out of the capsule, it no longer has the support of the back of the foot. And so the back of the foot, and especially because I see the angle I've got here pushing it down, okay, this hairline should be up and it fit in this capsule here. In fact, these heels were still a little too low. Okay, so this is a foot. So here's your frog corium here. Now this was a pretty good foot, everything in a pretty good spot. Okay, but what happens is when the heels are too low and pulled down, it'll take this whole frog corium and force it forward. And then when a big thick frog grows on there, it's just going to hold it there. And so you could be trying to restore heels and everything else, and then that frog stay is shoved clear up here and growing a big old thick frog. The back of your foot ain't going to go nowhere, because that frog is going to bind it and hold it there. So this is why we're thinning down frogs. Now this horse here, she had a good foot, a good frog, and frog stay, all relatively in a good spot. So you see, she has very nice frog corium. But this is all soft. It can be shoved clear forward. Okay, this is the horse. Sorry to show you that. This is a horse that walked out of his capsules because they took the heels down too low. This is down in Mexico somewhere. See, no heel? See how the back of that foot was pulled down like that? See, now I explained to you how that foot wants to be up in a certain position, right? So what did that horse do? He just walked out of his hoof capsules. Okay, so anyway, this is my horse's foot with a cadaver foot next to it. And this shows you over here is a horse. They've trimmed the heels out. It got wet, and the horse walked, and look at the bulb coming out, just like you take them out of the hoof capsule, like I did here. Okay, so there's our heels again. So here, now this shows how much of the foot is soft cartilage and fat back here. Your heels are totally cartilage. And then, of course, digital cushion inside there and stuff like that. So now you can see why all this is movable. And it can get shoved in, it can get compressed, the heels can get trimmed out to where the hoof capsule would only be this big, and shoving and compressing the foot into a smaller container. So Anyway, so we're trying to restore the capsule and the inner foot as well to its true correct right position. Okay, this kind of shows you what happens a little bit, how, this would be basically correct. This shows you how the foot would be in there. And then you come and you take just a little heel off. What's that do? It's going to pull this down behind. See? And so this shows you how much hoof capsule you're trimming out up here. This just gives you an idea of what it does to the foot. Eventually, this nubbin here that grows the hoof capsule, that gets twisted into the foot like that, and eventually you just have sidewall that is basically presenting itself as heel. So I should post this because it just gives an example kind of what happens. Okay, so anyway, let me see if there's anything else here I could show you. Oh, well, here, since we're here, look at the lamina leaves right there. Okay, remember, the wall grows to the sole, or is connected to these lamina leaves to right here, where this injects that yellow glue into the hoof wall here, the lamina of the hoof wall, and then it connects it to the sole right here, and then they grow down to the ground together. All right. Okay, so here you have a situation where your frog lips that are supposed to be spread apart have been completely compressed together. They thought this was thrush. It's not thrush. It's where they've trimmed out the heels and the bulbs and the heels have been curled in like this, and it's just squeezed the bulbs together. Frog was stripped out from incorrect heel trimming. See, there's no nubbin back here that grows the heel buttress. It's twisted around into the foot. So what's that do? Pushes that frog corium forward. And of course, if you never trim the frog, it's just going to hold that frog corium under the foot. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, so here's your frog corium. Right there, it's all skin. It can be shoved forward. Here's your frog that grows from it. If you don't thin it down, okay, and start, thinning it down and you're trying to grow heel, it cannot pull back to where it's supposed to be. I can take my own skin on my hand. I can take, like, I have my hand on the desk. I'm taking my other fingers on the back of my hand. I'm pushing the skin on my hand forward. That is what happens. That skin gets shoved forward and then grows that frog from the wrong position. And so when you thin that frog down, what's it do? Everything in that foot is trying to pull that frog back to where it wants to be. So when you thin stuff down, it pulls it back. And that's what I did, in that one experiment I did, where I show how I extended the cartilages on my horse's foot in 3 days by trimming out between the bulbs really good, and how it enabled all the cartilage and everything to come back. But at that time, I didn't know that I had to move the whole frog back, or I'd have kept doing it. Okay. So again, there's your frog corium. Okay. And like on this foot, this one got forced forward. This was a foundered foot here. Okay, frog corium again. Look at this one. This is a distorted, deformed one right here, where the heels were trimmed out. This is a healthy one right here. So this is all movable. I could take my finger, my thumb, everything. I can push that whole thing forward. So it gets pushed forward, then the frog grows on it and binds it there. And so you trim the frog, release it so it can stretch back this way. And then the frog itself, you see, look at the back of this. Your frog stay grows in here, and your frog, your frog should be behind the foot here. But we've never seen that. But we see it. Let's see. We see it here. See that? See that? That's frog behind the real heel. This is frog behind the heels. This one, he's a little contracted. Okay, but you see where the frog is. We're supposed to be seeing this much frog. Our heels should be clear over here and here, and then we should see frog between and behind the heels here. Now, you can also have distorted feet that look similar, by the way. Okay, the way you tell, how do you tell? When you look at the side of that foot in the back, you're going to see extended cartilages on these horses. You're not going to see that cartilage all rounded down behind a foot. Okay. So now do you understand a little bit more about frog corium, growing the frog, and how the apex can move? It can be forced and grown, forced forward, or it can be pulled back, depending on what's going on here. So I'll show you what's going on with my horse's feet, because see, it's only been in the last several months that I really come to understand these feet don't have a central sulcus. Okay, they don't have a central sulcus. What they have is the frog corium has a central sulcus, but the frog that grows from it grows in here and up behind here. And this thing where you see this little diamondy thing up in the middle of the foot, that's a distortion. That's where this frog has been pushed clear up here. So now that I know that I'm not carving a central sulcus into my frog, that my frog is supposed to be clear back here. Okay, so that cleared up an error that was anatomically in my head that kept me from getting the foot I desire, because it kept me from really understanding the true foot, even though it's been right in front of my face the whole time. Anytime you have any little bit of anatomical error, it is like a virus in your brain cell. Okay, you're only going to get out of these feet the accuracy of the truth of the anatomy that you understand and know. And so I was not trimming out the back of the foot and the frog the way I should have been. And so the frog could not move into its true position the way I know it can now. And so I'm going to show you on my horse's foot where I'm going. Now, where I'm going is right, where did it go? I just had those pictures. What'd I do? Here. Here's where I'm going. Right here. Okay? My heels right now, they're curved in together. All right, but they're widening out because they got curled in from me trimming out the heels, and my horse kept trying to make heel. And so now his heels are going to widen up. His bulbs are going to come apart. And that frog is going to move back between the bulbs like it's supposed to be. His bulbs, looky here. Just a minute, let me draw. Oh, that's black. We don't want black. Let's do lime green. Okay, this horse's bulbs are right here. Okay, the frog, where is it here? Make him green. So, is high up. Well, the frog goes up like this. And then his heels are here. But you see this big, thick frog, his heel depth, let's just do it in light blue here, his heel goes from up here to there, and from here to there. And all of this in here, let's see here, all of this in here is frog depth. And like from here up high up between the bulbs, the hairline clear up here high to here is at least 2 inches in behind his foot, not underneath his foot. This is vertical. This part of the frog behind the foot with at least 2-inch heels, if not even higher sometimes, and almost straight hairline from front to back. This frog, this thick frog behind here, see, it's over here, it's up behind here. This is the vertical part of the frog behind the foot, right there. Okay, this under here is the horizontal under the foot. Under the foot. You know, the frog, if you were looking, if we had the foot cut in half, this would be the horizontal part of the frog. And then this big chunk here up between the bulbs, this like we're looking at a sagittal section of a hoof capsule cut down the center. Okay, this is clear up between the bulbs here, and there's at least 2 inches here. That's this right here. So this is the vertical part behind the foot, high up off the ground, the frog high up off the ground. That's what he meant. He did not just mean this part of the frog was high up off the ground like there was no frog there. He meant, Casanophan, that the frog was high up off the ground, high up between the bulbs. They got 2 inches of frog here. You got at least 2 inches of heel. This is going to give you a good, let's see here. Oh, I'm lost. I lost my annotate. Just a minute here. Okay, there you go. Okay, this is going to give you, oh, let's see. Forgot what I was going to say. Oh, sole. You're going to have this much sole in there. See? That much sole. Well, there's the sole ridge right there. See? Uniform sole thickness of at least 1 inch around the whole perimeter of the foot.
One of the stretches he told me to do.
Huh? Somebody say something? That was Janet. Okay, so anyway, let me clear that off. So all these feet here, okay, come here, have this same thing going on, okay, with this frog between high up, back between the bulbs. All right, and at least 2 inches, if not more, of heel. So, okay, so I'm going to go to my horse's foot here. We're going to take some look. Of course, you're going to see things going, why did you do that? Oh, yeah, well, I don't mean you. I don't mean you sounded that dumb, no. Me. Why did she do that? Let's see here.
And Linda,
Yeah.
I want to underline that once you have the foot correct at the correct anatomical position,
Mhm.
then you can have these high bars
Yes.
because we trim our bars just to release and
Yeah.
to have the possibility to make the hoof corrections.
Yeah. And then see,
Otherwise, the bars are supportive
yeah,
when the hoof
is correct.
to the correct.
Yeah. Well, it's like you have to keep all this stuff at a certain things at a minimum so the internal foot can grow to a new position. And then once you get the foot to its correct position, then you can let this stuff grow in
Exactly,
to its
because
fullness. Yeah,
because sometimes people wonder why do we take the bars down when you
continually.
show
Yeah.
us now the correction of the hoof with the bars high enough.
Yeah.
So we have to try to make people understand that we take off some parts of the hoof parts just to give them the possibility and the ability to move.
To move. Yeah. Yeah, because the when the foot is distorted into a bad position, then it's growing the capsule from that position, and all those parts, the bars, the frog stay, that stabilizes and binds that foot in that position. So we have to weaken that hold that it has so the internal foot can move and grow from a new position. And then we keep that going until uh until we get to such a place as the foot is more anatomically correct, and then you can allow all that to grow to its maximum fullness, thickness, strength, etc. And then it will hold the foot in place. Yeah.
Yes, because people who start trimming on tact, maybe they are confused about us taking off
So much.
some
Yeah.
so much or so many things, and
Yeah.
then you present as a good hoof a hoof with high bars or high heels or a thick frog.
Mhm.
When we make the frogs thinner to achieve that final point.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. See, people need to understand that you're removing stuff so that you can get your foot to move to where it's supposed to, so it can grow the capsule where it's supposed to be. Then
So
you'll let it grow in,
you can think
you
of
know.
this as our transition period versus their transition period.
Amen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's really good. I like that.
Exactly, because
Yeah.
I'm telling things in a Greekish way, and I'm very happy when somebody puts it in the correct English way.
That works good. Only I like to call ours restoration. You know, I don't like calling it rehab, and I don't like transition. I like restoration. We restore. Okay, we are restoring the true foot of the horse to what it was always meant to be. You know, um, because everything transition is when it's all going into a place where it never should have been to begin with. You know, it transitions and adapts to that distortion, but we don't really want adaptation. You know, um uh a prosthetic leg is an adaptation. You know, the person has to adapt to you until you learn to use it. So we don't want adaptation. We don't want them to have to necessarily transition into something that was never meant to be to begin with. Okay, we want to restore the original true anatomy and foot to the horse. Yeah, something like that. Oh, yeah, we're detransitioning, I guess you could call it. No puns intended or nothing here, all right? We're detransitioning, going back to what the true foot of the horse should be. There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, I was gonna show you, explain kind of what I got going on Valor's foot. I'm doing some experimental things people might not agree with or like, or this or that, the other, but oh well. He's fine. Uh, do no harm. Okay, right? There is no harm being done to these little things that I'm doing, and I'll explain to them why I'm doing them. Uh, Now, some things, this is what I'm learning about stuff too. Um, you can do something one time, it works really good because the foot is in a certain position where it will. And you can do something, the same thing another time, but the foot maybe wasn't quite in that same position. And so it can have a different effect. And so what we're going to learn to do is how to use leverages and how to remove material to get different desired results. I know that there is an exact science to this. We just don't know it all yet. And it all has to do with structural engineering principles and how things work like that. And so I do know that someday this will be an exact science, that the foot will be able to be read where it's at, what exact step you would take to facilitate the movement that it needs to restore the heel or restore, the toe or the height or the this or the that or the other. I know there's an exact science to this, but it's going to take a number of years of us doing this and getting, what would you call, um, uh, like where, oh, you know how it is when all of us are doing certain things and we start seeing a pattern of evidence, say patterns of evidence in this trimming. So, okay, so just a minute here. Okay. All right, so, okay, so I got this foot. This is, now let me explain to you about Valor. Just a minute, there. And why you're going to see this, what looks like a crack on the side of his foot, which is not a crack, but it's actually something I purposely did for this reason. In April, he injured himself terribly. He tore off his lateral cartilage. And I didn't know it at the time, but he also cracked off the whole heel. I didn't notice that until later on in the restoration and healing of the whole thing, that he had cracked off his whole heel. And so, but what happened? See, now let me explain to you. When I was doing all the barefoot trimming and trimming out the heels, and one of the things that happened was trimming the lateral heel more than the medial heel. And what happens is it pulls the bulb down and forward, and it'll often make that side look high. And so you keep trimming it down, which keeps making it worse. And another thing it develops is what you call an asymmetrical foot. That means that it is way wider on one half of the foot, like on the lateral heel is wider, and that whole side of the foot is wider than the medial heel. And so I had this on all 4 feet. And like one thing I'm good at is being consistent. So I will put the same distortions on both feet. And so on my front feet, I had trimmed out the lateral heels They both had been pulled down and forward, the bulb and all, because it pulls the bulb down and forward and under. And then it that side, as the heel gets shoved forward, it pushes the wall out. And you think it's a flare. And so in thinking it was a flare at that time, I was rasping flares down from the outside. Well, that just makes the wall weaker and it makes it worse and worse and worse. And so you get a very, very asymmetrical wide side. And not only that, but because all the horn tubules run forward, it makes your horse pigeon-toed, makes him toe in. So I knew he wasn't toed in when I started, wasn't pigeon-toed. And so when that started happening, I'm looking for questions. Why is my horse's feet flared? Why is he toeing in? He wasn't doing that before. I can show you, oh, but I don't know where the picture is. Somewhere I got pictures of it. Okay, so anyway, so I'm explaining to you now that I am dealing on the 1 foot on the left, the one that got injured. Okay, I have been able to correct that asymmetry extensively. Okay, and one thing that really helped was when he got injured and he tore off his cartilage or tore it loose and he cracked the whole heel. Guess what? The whole thing moved back. So I thought, well, maybe I could put a superficial crack there on a heel, and that would allow it enough, that would weaken it enough that it would still support the heel without hurting the horse, but weaken it enough to where the foot itself can still pull that heel back. But I'm not taking any height, if that makes sense. Because you have to add height to these horses' feet in the back as soon as possible so that they quit trying to curl in the heels. And so I did that, and I did that on the medial heel, because what happened was usually the medial heel was pulled back pretty well, and it was the lateral heel that was shoved forward and the wide side and all that. Well, when he cut himself so bad and he cracked that whole heel, that whole heel, cartilage, everything, boom, moved back. It was further back than the medial side had been. So I thought, well, okay, I'm going to try to simulate that crack without, going into the actual foot itself, but just weakening the heel to see if that will help now the medial side come back more too. So I did that and it worked. So now I am trying that on other heels as well. So you will see where I have purposely made a cut. I have this little like hacksaw thing I do that with, where I've purposely made a cut in the hoof capsule. It's no difference than you see these farriers come up, they'll see a crack and they'll take their rasp and they'll put a big old notch there to try and keep it from cracking. Okay, well, this is just similar to that. It has led to no damage, no soreness. My horse is never sore now when I trim him, ever. And so none of that. It's just, for the most part, now, even though it looks a little funky, I have had very extreme good results. That's not to say it's always going to work like that, and I'm not suggesting you do it, okay? This is in experimental stages, and my horse's feet are at a certain position where it's not going to affect him in a negative way. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, let's put this here. Okay, so this is his left front medial side, and he had the whole heel cracked off. It's already grown out, and this is a superficial cut that I put in it to try and get it come back some more. It isn't into the flesh or anything like that. It's actually very shallow. So I also notched his foot here, just so you know. Okay, so this foot here, he's got very good extended cartilage. You can see where the whole cartilage was torn off. And the whole heel cracked off all the way up into here. And this bulb was pulled down. Pulled down, it's not pulled down at all now. Not really. Okay, so let's see here. Hold on, I gotta check something. Okay, so that's the front. Now, want you to notice how the sides go the shape of the foot. Okay, because I'm going to show you a video today of how to trim the toe down. Okay, so that you're always getting your toe quarters correct, so that you don't have wall jamming up or holding up your toe, and that your toe is the right shape and form. Because I did a video the day I took these pictures on that on the other foot. Okay, so let me check something first. Because somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, I may have turned the camera around and taken a picture of my ugly face, and I don't want it to be on there. Okay, let's see. Make sure my face ain't in these pictures. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's safe. Safe for you. Okay, let's see. Okay, now I've lost the picture. Hold on. Okay, so this is his medial side. Now it is still, the medial side is still, now this is a cut I made 2 months ago that grew out. And so I've just made another one because this bulb wound up being down more than the other one. And so in this foot, I did notches on both sides. Again, I don't know what's going on with your horse's foot. So I'm not saying you just go do this indiscriminately. Okay? These are corrective measures that I have thought a lot about. I'm not just, happenstance doing it. All right? Okay. So, this is the back of his foot now. And you can see here that the frog, this is the first time I'm starting to see frog kind of peek its little head out here. Now, these bulbs here, this is where we're going. Because remember, I already showed you pictures of where I'm going with this foot. I know that the anatomy is there. And anytime that I have done any of this research and I have seen a truth about the anatomy, and then I figured out a way to trim to try and see if that would come in, I have seen it come to pass. Like with the sole ridge, when I first discovered that they were supposed to have a convex sole ridge. All right, and I understood the anatomy in that part of the foot. Then when I started trimming, doing certain trimming principles to bring that forth, then it came into fruition. Now, the foot would not do that if it was not there to begin with. And so what I want you to know is these feet, this horse is 22, 23. I barefoot trimmed the heels out of him for 10 years. The fact that the building blocks are still there for his frog, for his sole, for his heel buttresses. The building blocks are all still there. And so, like in the back of the foot here, let me do an annotate. So right now, you see his bulbs are here. Okay. Ideally, we need them to be about here, at least, at a minimum, here. And then this frog that is up here that has been forced forward and shoved forward, that frog is going to come back through these heels into here. This should be the frog right here. Okay, now these heels right here, they're going to wind up being over here, widening up, being over here, or something close to that. All right, so let me undo that.
Sorry, Linda, I want to ask you, this bulb, the white material is periopal?
Yeah, it's been raining here.
Yes,
And
okay,
so
thank you.
so they're white right now. Actually more of a gray. They don't get as white as they used to when the foot was more distorted and deformed, because I found that periopal thickens up and it changes colors. Okay, so let's see. What am I doing here?
Linda, hi, it's Elena. I just
Hi.
wanted to ask the heel that has a cut
Mhm.
on the right side of the screen, do you purposely keep it slightly longer?
Well, the foot is still tweaked a little. You know how they look higher on
Yeah.
one side than the other because the foot is tweaked. So this bulb is still a little lower and stuff. So uh and I may not be holding the foot exactly straight, but you're gonna see a big difference in what it is now compared to what it used to be, because I'm going to show you the other foot. We're going to get a different angle of this so you can
No, it's
see
just
that.
you were saying before that, you know, the one that is more right, more run forward heel
Yeah,
and upright heel. So you will keep the more run forward heel slightly longer.
yeah, or you could say you keep the upright one slightly shorter.
Yeah, I mean, either way. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, okay.
I'm joking around. Yeah, well, yeah, and it's slowly. See, I have this thing which I need to do at some point, which is to show you how these capsules get twisted. See, this would actually be a slight twist that way on the whole foot. Let's see here.
Well, you know what I'm interested in, and we were discussing it in one of our calls. It's like I'm paying real attention to the size of the bulbs in this view, like to understand and actually how the hairline looks. Because one of the hairline can be like convex and the other concave, and I'm trying to understand on the shape of the hairline, what the shape of the hairline, not laterally or medially, but from this view, from the back, tells us about, like, looking at the hairline. On the left side, it's more concave or convex. On the right side, it's slightly more concave, right? Or whatever. But you see how if you line it, on the left side, on the more upright side, it will be like if you just make a line, so it will be.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Just a minute. Let me get a deal
like
here.
in
You
some
mean like
feet,
this?
it's more pronounced, yeah. And
Or
on the
like
other
that?
side, it will be the other way around.
Like that.
It's already straightening out, you can see. So I'm pondering a lot what, like, because you want to, like, when we look at the foot and we look at and we try to analyze the distortion, we need to imagine in our head how all these connections are changing and twisting. At least that's what in my mind all the time.
Yeah, I think
Like you
that's
need to
great
see
point.
the whole structure.
Yep. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And how the periopal lines, also the pool, you know, how you can see the pool in certain way, pulling inwards or pulling forward. It also
Yeah.
gives lots of information.
Yes, it does. See that, and those are all great points too. And now that you're saying that, like now I notice too, this looks a little more rounded, and this looks a little more stretched down.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
all so interesting. It's just when you're, and it's great to have Hoof chats because you're like, oh, notice this, and then everybody starts thinking and throwing the suggestions. You know what?
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, see, we need to notice all that stuff. I mean, there's so many things that you can look at here, you know.
Mhm.
Now, on him too, like this is the cartilage that got tore off. So
Yeah.
I'm not so sure it will ever uh look like the other side, but I don't know, you know, because the
Mm-hmm.
cartilage itself did not adhere, but all the flesh did, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a super good point to make, is to look to read these bulbs, reading this hairline, you know, figuring out what is going on from that for
And
sure.
probably, this hairline you were talking about it, it's like the endless loop kind of thing.
Hmm.
And when it gets twisted, so that's what we see, I guess, is a twist. It's just I want to imagine it, how the internal distortion or internal state of structures at this very moment, how it reflects on
Yeah,
that part of the foot, and what information we can gather looking at this view and at the bulbs and at the, their size and at their widths, at their shape.
yeah, absolutely. That makes a, because that's the foot. That's the part of the foot you can see. What's behind this capsule here, you can't see it, but this is part of the foot for sure. We should be looking at and understanding more about how that's supposed to be shaped and what's correct and what happens when it's, one side's pulled down or this, that, and the other,
Maybe it would be good to play with the cadaver feet and
Yeah,
see, like, manipulate the internal part. I don't know how technically it's possible, but just to see how it reflects in the bulbs because it's soft tissue, right?
yeah. I was thinking one time about, in fact, I was thinking about this just a week or so ago, about if you could take off all the hoof capsule but the heel right here and then attach like a lever, like a board with some screws,
Mm-hmm.
and then have the handle of the board here, just a minute here. Like if you could attach screw board on there, you know, like so. Take the rest of the hoof capsule off in the front, and then you just put your hands on these, and go back and forth and see what it does here. Like pull one way down or back or wide and together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just to get the visual
Yeah, just to
on
get
the
a visual
outside.
and to show how movable the whole back of that foot is. You know.
Hmm.
Well, we're gonna have to do that.
Anyway,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, it is interesting. Thank you for bringing it up. See,
It just maybe somebody, somebody from the group, they will start paying attention and come up with some interesting stuff,
yeah, absolutely,
about the
because
hairline in this view.
yeah, because we need. See, that'd be good too, to have a whole pictorial thing on different
Or
hairlines.
what would be the good thing to do? Do the timeline of this view and then really trace the lines and then see how they changed, because then you will be able to come to some interesting conclusions and
Yeah,
connect it with the how the foot was changing. That line changed that way, so
yeah,
probably that would be the way to go.
yeah. And I've probably got enough pictures to do that.
Because I always think, the heel that is more spooled inwards,
Hmm.
which in this case would be the higher or the more steep heel, the hairline would look like that.
Mm-hmm.
And in the one that is more run forward, because the cartilage would be bulging up, it will produce that kind of the other shape.
Yeah.
But I need to look at more images because I never have time to go back and make this like, I don't know, 20 comparisons or
Yeah,
stuff.
I know what you mean. It takes a lot of time, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Staring
it's just
at
a
these
good
things.
idea, and then you just really need to sit on your bottom in front of the screen and just basically line up the pictures,
Yeah.
and then you will see.
Yeah. Yeah, and with as many people as we have and as many pictures, you know, and people see, and that would be it. Um, getting different people with those pictures to start seeing patterns,
Yeah,
you
just
know.
simply line up and spend time on doing, maybe, over this week I will have time and just do the line of photos and say, right, look how it changes.
Yeah.
And just analyze it.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
that'd
I
be
will have
great.
time to do that anyway.
I know all this takes so much time, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's useful for all of us. So
It sure is. Yeah, if you would do that, that'd be awesome.
yeah, I'll try. I'll try do that.
Let's see here. I was gonna say something. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going with some of these pictures here. Again, this is the left front. And I like to take a lot of different views, you know. Now, one thing I was noticing was I do have nice concavity, but there is a sole ridge there. You just can't see it. Okay, so plus one thing I noticed is, and I'm wondering, has anybody else noticed how do your feet turn in when you lift them back? You know, like as I lift the foot up, it turns in. I wonder if that's natural or if it has to do with the hoof caps. Because anyway. Okay, so anyway, so you see I have a cut in this heel, and that I have also taken these heels over here because they are curled in like this. And so I want you to notice how this frog is widening up, because I want to show you uh, the way it was before I started taking some of that curl out of the heel. Just a second here. See, because this is what we're seeing now is these heels being curled in. How do we get the curl out of these heels? How do we get these bulbs to widen up? Let's see here. Pictures. Hold on, I gotta go to some other pictures here. Balver. Now I forgot what I was looking for. Just a second. Okay, now I remember what I was looking for. Let's see. Well, I'll start here to show you how curled in the heels were before I took that curl over. Let's see, new share. Okay. All right. So, okay. So you kind of see this is 219. I did not like those are right in front of me, but I don't know why I didn't see just how truly curled in these heels actually were. And probably it's because I was still allowing so much bar to be there. And these bulbs in reality are the heels are contracted, but I didn't realize it. Um, the way I started seeing something wasn't right was when I would look at the cartilage here in the side. See how rounded it is? Not supposed to be rounded like that. Supposed to be straight like this. But this just shows you the different things this cartilage will go through as you are, and you can see how much heel buttress has been added over here and still kind of needs to be added. But anyway, all right, what I want you to see here is the curls of the heel. See that? Now they were curled in over here too, but I didn't realize it as much because the bar was there. But as I began to trim the bar and the frog down, okay, then you start to see how curled in these heels really are, and that the heel buttress is clear over here when it's supposed to be out here. Here's just another example of the heel, how curled in and asymmetrical that side was, that heel curled in. And this really shows how truly curled in the heels are. So, like, what do? So what I did, and here's the thing, just a second here. Now here, this is the same trim. What I decided was just to take down toe and leave heel, and my heels were over 2 inches long, so it looks a little funky there, but it wound up doing good. So I'll show you here. Okay, so what I did was I came in and I just rasped over. Now I'm not taking the heel down or rockering the heel, and I'm not changing the base of support, because the heels are so curled in that you could take this heel over without changing the base of support, because the base of support is right here. The base of support is right here and stuff. So what I did was I come in there with, I don't remember, I either did it with my grinder or rasp, and I took this piece of heel out here. And when I did, I found out that my buttress was pressing into the side of my frog. See, now here's your bulb, and I know now that my bulb should be about here and that my true heel is over here. This heel is contracted and it needs to come out and come back over here. So I just, that was on 7/15. Okay, and then 2 months later, 7/8/9, well, month and a half later, 9/6/24, where I took this out, this wall out. Okay, over here you can see how the bar started to grow, it all started to grow back in here. Now let me keep going. Here is just where I took pictures of the back of the foot to see what it would look like, the heels. Here you can see they're more narrow and how that widened up, and it started widening the back of the foot, but it didn't change the base of support because I'm not rockering a heel. Okay, so this was, I don't remember when that was. Do I have a date on there? No, but that's after that. And this is where I had put a cut in the heel and it totally grew out. Here's where I put another one, because I'm wanting these heels to uncurl, and also for these bulbs to be able to come back like this. So that's just an example of what it looks like now. I promise you, this horse is not sore at all. Okay. But what you're seeing here is you're seeing, you know how I explained to you that frog, this frog, look, these bulbs are pulled in like that. The heels are curled in like this. This whole frog corium is forced forward. And what you see here in that little bit of red, that's what happens when that frog pulls back. Then that frog corium is pulling back like so. And sometimes you're going to get what looks like bruising. But what it is everything in that foot, in that frog, is moving back. And so,
Linda, you see here at the last photo how your apex came forward a little bit.
right here.
Yes,
Okay, but
look at the left photo.
yeah, and
You see the
this one
green line?
right here. Yeah.
Yes. It's crawling like Benenitra's frog.
Yeah, and I think what it is it's a combination maybe on him of, because I'm not taking his toe back on this. I did not take his toe back. I'm not being a stickler on toe length at this time or anything.
I think they respond the same way.
Yeah. Well,
The
what's
frog
happening?
is coming back, but the apex is crawling a little bit forward.
Well, but see the true apex, which is the frog corium, would be moving back. And so
Yes.
And so this would be your old position of where the frog corium was. See,
Yes.
and it's still there. It's still there, but where the frog corium itself is moved back, and eventually that will come out and you'll have sole under there.
Like Benenitra's
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah.
They just crawl a little bit forward, but you can see on the tip of the frog, you can
Yeah.
see that it came a little bit forward, but the real one is a little bit back
Right about
in
here.
that triangle, the lighter triangle.
Yeah. See it right
It
there.
shows. You see? There. There.
And see, now this one I'm purposely also trimming down and taking back. Okay, but the other foot, I wasn't doing that, and you'll see how it's doing it on its own, which is really interesting too. So, okay, so there's the back of the foot. Let's see, that's 11/24, most recent. Now, what you'll see too when these feet are really moving and healing is you'll see the skin will turn brown like that. And you'll see the skin turn different colors. Now, here's where who wrote that? That's funny. Okay, so here's where, see, I wasn't taking that toe back. And I didn't take it back. I have taken it down a number of times, but on this trim, I put this in, and then at the next trim, so what, this is 10/28, this is 11/18. You see how the foot has changed, how the heels have stood up, how the toe has grown out, and I just took it down. So let's keep going here. So okay, so this is, let's see. Okay. And anyway, this is from 19. I'm just showing the difference. Now, eventually, when all this frog comes back, the sole in the heels will also fill in. Okay. Now this is the other foot. The one I haven't trimmed quite in the same fashion, because frankly what happened was I trimmed the other one. I was going to come back and trim this one and never got to it for a couple weeks. That happens to me on occasion. So what I want you to see here is how the frog has grown on this foot. This foot is still more asymmetrical than the other foot because I haven't done as much corrective work on it. But what I want you to see is the frog. There's some really interesting stuff going on. Now this one was, when was this? Okay, this is 11/27. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to just a few days ago. Back to a few days ago and show you what's going on with this foot. Where are we at?
Linda, Eva
Yeah.
here. There's an anonymous in the chat who's asking, how do you get the heels to uncurl?
Okay. What I did was I came in here and I've done it on here. What we're doing is we're trimming up the frog, we're growing the heel, as well as in this case, I am at a position where I can take off some of this. See, I'll show you some more here in a minute. Where you're not beveling the heel down. It's so curled in like this that you can just remove part of the curl down to where it starts growing here. And that's going to slightly weaken the back of the foot enough to where as the horse moves and it's going to start pushing those heels apart. And as you trim the frog and the whole frog is coming back, and these bulbs here must also push out and get wider. And this will just gradually uncurl these heels. Like how like the heels are not on the other foot as curled in as they originally were. Now I want to go to this other, let's see, this is current. Just a minute. Annotate. Oops, that ain't what I wanted to do. I wanted to share a different deal here. Okay. I think that's right. Okay, so this is the actual other foot, but what I want you to see, you see how curled in that heel is? Okay, well, all this is moving back. And that's another thing that I think seemed to happen too, was the more the frog moved back, it seemed to make the heel seem to curl even more. So what I did was I come in here and I cut this off. Now, I showed you a picture where this part of the heel was pushing up into the frog and pushing the frog over, right? Let me show you that again real quick, because see, that was a couple months ago and it's not doing that now. My frog was narrower. My frog is getting wider. These bulbs here need to move out like this, and this heel needs to come back like that. So this whole back of the foot has to unroll. Just a minute here. Let me see if I got the picture still up here. I suppose. Let's see. I got to back up. That's the other foot. Okay. Okay. If you see over here, you see that this is the heel buttress. It's curled in like this. It's pushing the frog corium over. It's pushing the frog over and it's jammed up into the frog. Shouldn't be there. Should be clear over here. And this frog like that should be wide out like that. So this heel actually came into here. Let me draw it. Because see, I took my grinder and I grind it over, but you could also do it with a rasp. I have done it with a rasp before as well. Okay, so this heel actually came in here like this. See there? I took and rasped over this much. Okay, now that is going to allow this, because you're weakening it, you're taking this part off so that now as the horse lands and the heels slightly separate because of the movement, it's going to push this way. Okay, we want to push everything this way. So just like over here, this heel come over like that. Okay, and I took off part of that curl right there. Let's see. And, you know, I mean, when I first did that, I think I did that a long time ago on our mare when she had really super contracted heels, and I didn't have a bad result, but I was still, you know, trimming the heels out then and all of that. Now, if you look over here at this foot where I did that, it's the bar is growing back in right here. Just a second here. Okay, nope, that ain't it. Okay, right here. You can see this bar. Here's this bar. It's already widening up over here from where it was pointed right in there. It's already widening up. And so now if we go to, let's see here, new share, we go to, I think that's it. Just a minute. Okay, if we go to this here, you can see that the frog is already wider here and that the buttress has moved over this way. It was pushing clear up over here. The whole back of the foot is widening gradually up is what's happening. Now, we'll look at some more pictures here. So, okay, so I just trimmed him again. And now I make sure I take this out and smooth all this out because I want this foot to spread apart. And these little cuts here, see this frog stay in his foot. If you're to put your thumb here and your little finger here, his frog stay is now, let me get a different color here. I can feel it clear up in here. Okay. And so, but it's kind of displaced. All of this, I believe that all of this will wind up coming up here and being here. And that this is going to be, his bulb is going to come over here and over here, and that frog's going to come back through here, and it's going to fill up this whole area. Which makes sense, because remember I was showing you that on those pictures. This will be frog, and you will know it's frog. It's not going to be bulbs like what you see here. They're going to be clear over here. His heels will point out this way instead of being curled in like that. And I believe this little thing here is going to come clear up here, and this is going to be all frog. Now, it's taken me a while to get the image correct in my head because, let's see, clear all drawings. Let's go back to this one picture again. Hold on. Because see, the whole foot got curled in and is a false version of itself due to trimming out the heels for years. Let's see here.
So Linda, sorry, this little numb we feel when the cartilages come back.
Yeah.
Do you mean that there is there, but it lacks the exterior part of it?
Yeah. Well, you know, that, see that, all that gets pushed forward, and then that frog stay gets shoved forward in the foot and grows way up. It can grow way up into the foot. So this frog stay that's between the frog lips there, it is clear up in here. You can feel it. Like I can feel it, and it's hard.
Yes, we can feel it, but we cannot see it because it's the hairline there.
Right.
So if this from the frog comes back, that means that the skin, the hair skin, covers this little
Yeah.
part of the frog.
Yeah. And that's
Is
because
that you?
oh, go ahead.
i-
Sorry.
Is that you are saying
Yeah. Well, see
that
here.
that we can feel the interior, interior part, but we cannot see the exterior part of
Right.
it.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
right. It's under the skin right there.
There, exactly there.
Okay.
You can feel it if you put your
Exactly.
finger.
Yeah. But
But the exterior part, the part of the capsule, is down there to the end, to the center.
yeah, see these bulbs here? They're curled in. And so they're
Yes.
holding it in there. They're shoving it forward and holding it in there. So as the heels come uncurled, just a minute here. Okay, this part that's here must go this way to where it's about here.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand that.
Yeah, and then this part to about there. And when those spread apart, okay, then that frog is going to come through here and come back into here. This hairline here should probably go like this. Well, yeah, it would go like that. And then this is all going to be full of frog. This whole thing here will be frog.
Let me see if I can do something here. We feel something in here.
Yep. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
When you put your finger there.
Yeah.
So that
yeah,
means
all in
that
here.
internally, there is this knob.
Yep.
Which is this one.
Yeah.
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 Now
But
I understand it.
yeah, it's just really deep and thick, you know, because there's that big sulcus between the frog lips and the back of the bulbs. And so it's growing frog. It's full of frog. Okay. But our heels and our bulbs are contracted and shoving it forward and holding it in. You know, so before
and you
we
have
always
the outer skin that is covering this part.
Yeah, the periopal skin usually covers it back here. But what I'm seeing is, I'm sorry, I've always just had weird periopal skin in here. But what I'm seeing now is I'm seeing that frog peek through. See, as the back of this foot is widening. So so that's what I'm going to show you here in a second on that other foot. And it's starting on this one as well. But see, before, like right now, I'm making sure to clean this out all the time. So that all this can widen up. Let's see here. Okay, so
God, there is an organ there that we can feel, but we cannot see.
Yeah.
A piece of hoof.
Yep. Okay, so let me get this.
This is amazing.
Okay, so this is the other foot. I'm starting to see that frog come through. See it? That's frog. There. There's a little periopal here. But this whole frog, look how wide it's getting. See, now I took off some of the curl of that heel. You can see it. See there? It was actually lower than that, but it's growing out. And so this is helping these heels get wider and push apart, and it's helping these bulbs push apart. And so right in here, you can see where that frog is wanting to come back through here. And this is the first time I've had that. You can kind of see it here too. See, the frog is back there already. Now this will come back through these bulbs. Okay, they're going to wind up being over here and over here. And then this whole frog right in here, this is the part of the frog that should be vertical, up between and behind the bulbs. You can even see it here a little bit. See it there? So
Yes,
again,
yes, you can see there,
yeah. Now,
in the middle.
yeah, so this is going to come clear up between here. These are going to widen up. And then in the end, I'll have this all full of frog. Where the rubber meets the road. Okay, so that's just back to that other foot. Where, because I went and retrimmed and made sure I trimmed all this out. Because I want this to spread apart, you know. Okay, so here's the other foot again. Okay, again, you can see that these are starting to spread, and look at that little piece of frog there. See, you just imagine this is gonna spread apart, and that whole frog's gonna come back between there, like it
You can
did.
compare this photo, exactly this one, with the one of the last Zoom, and you can see the difference.
Really?
Yes, I remember exactly this photo on the last Zoom.
Okay.
This frog was not up there.
No, it
It
wasn't. Yeah.
was where the small round black spot is.
Yep. Let's see
There.
here. Let's see, share. Let me. Okay, I'm going back to this. See, got to keep coming back to these feet here. And what's going on with these feet? All right. What I'm showing you, okay, right now, the bulbs on his foot are together. And you don't see this frog. See, this horse, this horse, you can see the frog up behind, okay? But this is a dry season picture, so his foot is dry, a little bit dried out. But what we're gonna see is this right here. See how that frog is behind? That's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see the bulbs widen out. We're gonna see the frog emit and come up behind the foot. So this, again, I always got to go back. Where am I headed? Where am I headed? What am I doing? What am I doing? See, again, look, these heels aren't curled in, you know. And what I found interesting was see, it isn't just your heels curling in. You got to realize that it arches your bars out like that too. And so I noticed when I trimmed that heel over, okay, and took out some of that curl, that then I was flush with the bar where the bar had been shoved over to. And see, before that, I didn't really understand well, look here. See, even here you can see when the foot contracts a little bit, how it shoves it in and it curves the bars out that way. Again, this foot here, if you look here, see, there's that foot. Okay, so this is in later in the summer when it's drier. So their feet are more dried out in this picture. And so they will shrink up some. Okay. Anyways. Okay, so let me go back to this picture. I'll finish that. Then we will take just a 10-minute break. And actually, I'll play a video for you if you'd like to see this video of me trimming the foot. And then we'll get to the hoof evaluations on Summer's horse's feet. Is that okay? Sorry to take so long to get to your horse, but I wanted to explain this stuff because it's all about understanding, and everything we're learning here and looking at deals directly with what's going on with your horse's feet, Summer.
Yeah, 100%.
Linda,
Yeah.
it's Eva again. Can you please read the chat during your stop?
What?
Can you read the chat? Because there's someone trying to get in contact with you there.
Oh, there is?
Yeah. You can do that when you are offline or
I don't know.
and answer it later.
Okay, okay. Not for my horse, Red Star. Should I trim out most of his sole to new healthy sole growths, or maybe? I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna have to do there is look. You're gonna have to take a picture, and I'm gonna have to look to see if that's what you should do. Okay, to see, and really, what you do is you just take it down to live sole.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just trim out most of the sole. You take it down to, you can take it down to live sole. Sometimes people allow sole to get built up. So anyway, okay, so let me go back here.
Yeah. Nej, jag trodde det mest var köttsaft.
In the chat, they ask about the abscesses they always have with this horse.
Yeah, that's because the feet are so contracted. The feet are so contracted, the heels are so contracted. Which,
Fast kanske inte är hon. Kan sila det så blir det inte så vätskigt.
Are you speaking German?
Bra, och jag blev så törstig.
We have a
Jättetörstig,
man
måste vara allt
speaking
saltande
and
på
someone
potatisen.
speaking in another language.
Jag tyckte inte
Really
potatisen
annoying.
smakade något.
Okay, there we go.
Thank
All right.
you.
This is a minute here. I'm lost. Yeah, I'm lost. Okay, hold on. Okay. I do believe this is it. Okay, I think I've got it on there now. Okay, so anyway, so can you see, this is the first time ever I've had this. So I know everything is moving. Because I've been watching this area of the foot for years, and all I ever have is this periopal. You can see the periopal right here. Okay, and up there, but that is frog. Okay, frog peeking its little eyeball out there between the bulbs for the first time maybe ever. So what a wonderful deal that is. Okay, so anyway, yeah, all right. So that's where my horse's feet are at in the journey to the anatomically correct true foot of the horse. Now I can pretty much leave him right where he's at, and he'd be pretty much just fine and dandy. I mean, he ain't sore-footed at all. He can walk down the road, not gimp all over the place. Things like that. It's perfectly sound and everything out here in the pasture. But it's still not his true foot, you know. I want to give him, I want the opportunity to try and see if we can take him to what the creation designed for him to have. See, this great place we live with all the wonderful animals and everything like that, you know, we surely want to be in our best form. We see the magnificence of what the human being in their best form can do, the things they can accomplish. And so, you know, if we could come to know the horse's foot and get, because his soul, his spirit, everything's in those feet. No foot, no horse, people. Okay? So everything he is tied up in his feet. And so, you know, if we can develop and discover and understand, have the understanding to allow these horses that we have uh forced into servitude, okay, to be able to be their best and have their best and bring out their best abilities, you know, what a great thing, what a great accomplishment we would have done to do this for them. Okay, so anyway, all right. So that's enough of me. Now I'm going to go and we're going to look at Summer's horse's feet. And of course, we're going to apply all these principles in uh, evaluating them and seeing where they need to go and seeing what's going on with them. Why are they the way they are? And of course, we know why. Uh, all right, so just a second here. What I'd like to do first, though, I need to take a little break. I'm going to put a video on for you. Just to hold on here. Do. Just a second. Okay. Hold on. I've got to find it. So I did a video in how I wanted to take back the, not take back, take down the toe. Because technically on this foot, I was wanting to take down the toe and leave heel. I wanted to take pictures on how that turned out today, but I didn't get a chance to go out there. So, okay. So I do this two ways. One, I scribe on half the foot and show you what I do. The other side, I just use a rasp. Let's see here. Okay. Second. Okay, just a second.
I have a question while you're doing that, Linda. This is Sherry Turner.
Okay.
When you were, have you noticed that the heel curls in on, and maybe you just said you've already mentioned this, but that the heel curls in on the lateral side more than the medial?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's a side I trimmed out more.
Okay. Probably
And
because it's easier to get to.
yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
well, it's that. And when you trim it out more and it pulls that bulb down, then when you look at it, it always looks higher, even if technically the actual heel wall is the same length. When you see, because when I learned to trim, I learned to sight down the foot and sight down each heel. Okay. And see if the
Uh-huh.
heels are level. Well, it pulls the foot down, so it makes that side look higher. So you
Right.
think it's higher. So what do? You just lower it again.
Yeah,
See?
right. Yeah.
And
I
so
have the
then,
same issue with my gelding, with Lamage. He has, in fact, I just trimmed out. I've been trying to like play with different ways to trim it out because I haven't had luck doing it with the Proxon. So I
uh-huh.
bought the bonsai nippers, and that really got me and gave me the access to get in there to trim it down.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's really interesting how my theory, this is kind of one of my theories, is that when the wall curls, the heel curls in like that, and the wall curls, and now the tubules are bent, that they keep growing bent. And
Yeah.
so you have to remove the bent tubules
Yeah.
for the new ones to grow straight. Otherwise, they just kind of follow along.
Yeah,
Down the-
exactly. That's why I've
So,
been using a cut. Like sometimes I'll just put a superficial cut between them,
yeah.
you know?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
And that
'Cause
way they aren't following in quite the same way, you know.
yeah. It's interesting how that works.
Yeah,
That's how you know it's soft.
that's right. Okay, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna play this video is actually this video is 26 minutes long. So I'm gonna let you guys watch this video while I take a break, okay? And I will post this, of course, it's gonna be posted on YouTube, but I'll post it separately on YouTube too. Let's see. Okay, and I minded my manners during the whole thing, so I don't have to edit it. Okay. It was an easy trim. Okay, let's see here. All right, so just a minute here. Share. Let's see. Well, okay, share sound. Optimize for video setting. All right, there we go. Okay, share. Okay, let me know that you can hear it, okay? Now, I want to show you his toe is strangely long, but not. What's happening is his whole frog has been moving back up behind the bulbs. And so we'll... Can you hear that okay? Hello?
Yes, thank you. It's perfect.
Okay, okay. Well, eventually we'll find out where his toe wants to be. But looking at the pictures from the side, it is not excessively long or high or anything. But I thought I would go ahead and show you how I take down the toe, which takes it back. I never just take back toes hardly ever anymore. I will if they're kind of horizontal, but not all the way, because it just makes these horses sore. And so if you have a wall that goes down and then it goes down, it's vertical, and then about an inch before it gets to the ground, it just decides it's going to grow totally horizontal. And so I will never take those fully back just to try and make the foot look nice, because every single time it will make the horse sore, because they have adapted to that to a certain degree. They've grown sole, and you don't want to take those toes back. You don't want to, most of the time, you don't want to really rasp back into the sole in that way. Now, I will take the sole down if I have a sole ridge, which will naturally take it back, and there is a difference. And so kind of what I want to do here is I want to show you two different ways that I take the toe down, which automatically takes it back since it grows down and forward. Okay, you might say I'm taking it up. Okay, just depends on which way you look at it. You know, the wall grows down and forward, right? And so if you rasp that off, it's going to come up and back. We just call it taking it down. We're actually taking it back up, and we're taking it off. We're taking some off, and so that takes it up and back. Oh God, it gets confusing. All right, so let's see here. Let's get the handy dandy trimming stand. Let's put it around that way. Unfortunately, I have no chickens for entertainment anymore because the foxes got them all. All right, so there's two things I do. Let's get this over here. Okay, that looks good. Okay, give me your leg there, mister. Pick it up. Pick it up. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to get in here. I don't know how to zoom this particular thing in. Oh, yeah, there we go. This is a new camera, so I'm just learning how to use it. All right, so there's two things I do. One, I'm going to do half on one, half on the other. Okay, so first I'm going to show you how I will often just scribe out some sole up here next to the wall. Now, I use both hands. Again, I am not a professional farrier. Here, we're gonna cut it right there. See there? Oops, I didn't want to take that. So I'm gonna come up here, just right to there. And I really want to get around the pillar here because I don't want my foot to be round. And if you don't take these sides of the toes down, they'll get higher and longer and won't be the shape of the foot. And then they'll start creating leverage and jamming up and just different things like that. Now see how I'm coming right up into the wall there? See that? Okay. And really what I want to do is I'm going to leave heel today, and I just want to take from here forward. Now I'm going to do this just with the rasp as well. This is what I call scribing because I have a sole ridge here. And see how I'm coming right up into the wall and cleaning it out? There. Okay, put your foot down for a minute and rest. Yeah, we're both getting old. Old actually. Okay, give it here. Now, I want you to see how that took the sole back. Let's see. I wish I had a pencil, a pen. Hold on, we'll get a pen. Okay, horse, don't kick that camera over, please. Be a good boy. Be a good boy. Let's see here. Get a pen. What do I got here? I wish I'd have got some colored markers. I got red, but then everybody would think he's bleeding. Can't have that. Okay, well I got green here. See? I should have brought all my colored markers out. Then I could have marked it all, but I can do it on a still photo. Okay, pick her up. Okay, let's get up here. There we go. Okay, so the sole was here. That's the edge of the sole right there. Now it's back here. See there? It's come back. As I took it down, it came back. There's the edge of the sole there. Here it is up here. Now, you may not think it looks like much, but it is. And he's still got sole ridge here. See? And I also took enough here to where I've shaped the toe so it's not square or round. It's the shape of the foot. Okay. So. Okay, so that's one way I could do it. And then if I wanted to, I could either rasp it down, put it here, or I could just come in here with my nippers and nip it off. Save me a little bit of rasping. See? Oops. Anyway, but you want to get your wall level. You don't want to do what I just did right there. Okay? Okay, so that's one way you can do it. Now here's the other way. Let's see. There's my rasp. I'm going to let him put his foot down so he can rest. Yeah. Yeah, you need to rest there, big boy. Okay, we're going to move this back a little bit so I don't hit it with my rasp. Again, Make sure you do this at home. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna, now notice I'm not going like that. That's how you use your rasp. Now look how that immediately started taking sole. You can see the sole ridge, see there? And the white line. So I'm gonna keep taking it down till I have it the same as this other side. One thing I can do here, so we'll know when I get there. There we go. See there? Can do it either way. Can scribe it and then nip it out, but don't do what I did there. You want to nip it out flat, and then if you want to bevel it, you can bevel it with your rasp. You know, some people though, they'll take and they'll nip it off so they don't have to rasp as much. Okay. Alrighty. Now, what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to take him down at least 1/4 of an inch. His walls are exactly 3 inches. And he's got a lot of sole there, so I can play with a little bit of that. And I can stand him up. What I'm trying to do is stand him up. I'm going to leave some heel. I'm going to take down the dorsal wall. Now, I want you to see something. I want to take it down from here forward. Okay? So, oops, wrong side. See the shape of the toe? Now we're going to shape this side more too. See how when I rasp these pillars, toe quarters, they're actually called toe quarters. You got your toe, you got your toe quarter, you got your quarter, and you got your heel. Okay? Okay, look at the shape of the white line. That is the shape of the foot. Now I am going to hold my foot up and side down a little bit. Okay, but see, I don't just side down, I read the sole ridge here. See that? Okay, put your foot down. Now, let's see, where's my handy dandy hoof measuring tool? Okay, let's measure your toe. Oh, gee, still at 3 inches. So, I took all that and still didn't take nothing really down. Maybe, well, I took a little bit, like 1/8 of an inch altogether. Because I'm taking it down and it's taking it back at the same time. And so it's going to change the angle of the hoof and do what you call stand him up. Okay, give it here. Look at all that. I wish I did have my chickens. They'd love this. They'd love this hoof wall. Let's see here. God, I hope I videoed that right. Okay. Okay. Let's take him down a little more. See the sole ridge? I'm going to go ahead. I am going to take down some of this heel here. Now, you don't go like that. You go straight across. There we go. His heels are at 2.5 inches. But I'm going to leave them at about 2 1/4 because I just, like I say, I want to stand him up a little steeper on the back of his foot and do some other things to release the back of the foot. So, there we go. Okay, that's all I'm going to take. But do you see what I did to the toe? How you want the way you rasp those toe quarters, the way you trim them, you have to trim them so they're the shape of the foot. Because otherwise, they get high, forward, long, square your toe, keep your toe forward, keep pulling your heels forward, they take over. So, you have to learn to rasp them down correctly. To have a level foot around the toe, but you have to learn how to rasp down those toe quarters. Give it here. Now, okay, see the width of the wall of, if you have a sole ridge. You may not have one yet. Then again, you could have one and you just got so much sole built up you can't even see it. Okay, but you see there's still some concavity here. You got your convex sole ridge here, and then right here is under the coffin bone right there. Okay, so now, do you see the pigmented wall here? Okay, what I want to do really though is take a picture, but I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna go ahead and take off the pigmented wall. Okay, look. Where's a pen? Oh, here's a blue one. Okay, so right here is the water line. There's the pigmented wall right there. Okay. All right, so what I want to do is I just want to take it off to the water line. Now, sometimes too, I will just lightly bevel clear to the white line in the toe right there. So, let's just all the way across. And then into the toe quarter there, I'm taking it back to the water line. See how I just hit that? And then you're going to want to come in here because it makes a sharp edge. You're going to want to come in here and round that off so it's not a sharp edge. Especially on the inside here. Okay. I hear rain. What doing there, Biggin? I do have one chicken that, well, I have 3 chickens left. 2 roosters and a hen. This here, coming this way, is Biggin. And he is called Biggin because he is a big one. When the foxes killed my chickens, I saved the eggs. And I hatched them. And predators still got all of them except for one. And I thought it was a hen. But no, it's a giant rooster. Yeah, he's a giant rooster. Now he's coming over here because it's raining. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take off some more over here. Ah.
Okay, not supposed to do that. Only supposed to do it, run away. See, there's different ways you can handle these rafts. Okay, then I will put it on the stand and finish it from the top lightly around there. So that's how I deal with the toe. I'm not taking that toe back to where I want you to see here where the apex of the frog was and how the whole frog has moved back to here. This is the old apex, and he pulled it back himself. Now what's happening is this frog's going to widen up, and it's going to pull, these bulbs are going to spread out. These heels are going to spread out. This frog's going to come clear back between the bulbs here. Okay. Oh, you're stepping on that, dude. Come here. All right. Well, anyway, that's how we deal with that's how I'm dealing with the toe. I'm not going to take that toe clear back to 1.5 inches. No way, Jose. That would just butcher this horse to do that. See, there is no constant. Now, when all is said and done, his whole foot might shift back completely to where this would come back, the toe would come back to there. Well, the white line would be there. This white line here, when all is said and done and the whole foot is shifted and opened up in the back and the frog is where it's supposed to be and everything else, it might shift back and come back to there. But I'm not going to force it to there. Because, you know, I'll show you pictures of the side view and stuff. He ain't got no flair. So, see, that's a pretty good looking foot. Except for this. We're trying to correct this here. This asymmetrical. Because this bulb is pulled down and forward. So we'll be correcting on that too. Which, something you have to look at. Well, I got you here. Okay, something you gotta look at. Give it here. And I'm gonna look at it. Right now, is this area from here to here. Look here. From here to here. Okay, when I see this side's good. This side's high. And I'm not talking about the heel here, the point of the heel. I'm talking about this wall from here to here. So, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to bring this in here. I'm not taking any heel down. Watch this. I'm not going to take that down. Okay? I'm taking... Look at these stupid shaps. I'm taking that down. Now I'm going to look, and it's still high. Those stupid shaps. Quit. Okay, let your foot down. So those horn tubules are run forward and then bulging out there. And so I'm going to bevel that, and I may put a notch in the quarter that'll help him pull that heel back. Okay, give it here. You keep moving, dude. That's what's going on here. Okay, let's look at this. Yep. I'll probably put a notch in here, and that'll help him straighten this heel up and pull all this back. So, yeah, I'm going to take out a little more here because I want that to be able to move back. God, you stupid ships. Okay, now I don't want to take this heel down too much. There. And there we go. Look at there. He says, you know, I'm getting tired. Yeah, me too. All right, so am I going to notch or not to notch? I'm going to sit here and I'm going to look at the foot. To notch or not to notch? I can't tell. Anyway, so that's how I'm just dealing with this foot for now. And so I'm going to take this camera off here to show you what his foot looks like from the side. And you'll see, you would not want to take that toe way back. You see? You would not even want to do that. Yeah. So his frog is doing different things. We're learning different things about the frog and the true placement of it. And, you know, I used to think, well, the frog could be a constant, that the true apex, where you dig down to the true apex, could be a constant. Nothing is a constant on these feet. Nothing. Everything gets displaced. Everything gets moved. And what happens then, if you take and you say, well, this is just always the way it is, and this is always the way you should do it, you wind up hurting a horse. Because you have to know all the intricacies of this anatomy and the structure of these feet. Okay. So let's just look at that again. That's looking pretty good. Yep, see that heel needs to come back. So that's what we're going to work on. Right there. I wonder if I can take a picture while I'm... Nope, can't take a picture while you're videoing. Okay.
Okay, I got one more short little video of rasping, or not rasping, make sure I got this on, smoothing out the sole. So just a second here. Okay. Okay, just a minute. Nope, wait a minute, wait. Okay, this is just about 13 minutes long.
Right here. Good.
I see you took the guard off.
This is still pretty tough right here. Okay. So you have to trim all this down because the frog is what totally stabilizes the foot right where it's at. And so if your foot is not in the right spot, you don't want it stabilized there. That frog stay has to be in a certain location so that it will help the whole frog and the whole foot stabilize and stay there. So when the heels are trimmed out, all that anatomy gets pushed forward and then it grows frog and that stays right there. Okay. Okay, so do that. Now, hopefully it won't freeze. You know, right there. I want that trimmed down a little more, a little softer. The frog will go back very quickly. I'm going to clean up the skull too. Okay. That needs to come down to center. Oh, goodness me. So that'll work. I don't see how you can get by without something like this. I really don't. And you can still do it, you know, but these frogs and this sole needs to be detailed. Needs to be detailed. Okay, give it here. Let's look at it. Now I'm going to put another slit here. I'm going to show you what I do. You know, the frog is real deep right here. So this whole frog needs to come back here. These bulbs need to widen up and this whole frog needs to move back between the bulbs and widen up about like so. And the heels will come out as well. I have a mask on. That's probably why I sound weird. I still think I could thin this down more. Yeah. Stop it. see when you see it getting white and pink, you don't want to go any further than that on those spots. Good. What I said there, now this is a video, so you're asking me what? I can't tell you what. It's a video. All right. So, but since I'm here now, done eat my sandwich. I can tell you what there. Um, I have a mask on. Okay. If you're going to use these grinders, you better put a mask on and something to protect your eyes. It's a sock. It's a sock. So put a sock on it. That's what I say. Okay. So so I have that sock because I want my foot to stay wet because I'm gonna trim it and do some different stuff. So I buy tube socks for size men's tube socks for size 12 to 14 or whatever, and then you can pull that sock right on, then you can double it down, then you just stick their foot in a bucket, and the sock stays wet. You could actually do that, put a bag over it, put a bunch of water in it, make sure everything's wet, secure it with a little duct tape around the pastern, and you can soak your feet that way. So the thing I want you to notice on here, okay, is what I said is when you will see the frog change color, it will get translucent to where you can actually see a semblance of the frog corium, which is pink, not bloody, but pink. Now, if you were to rasp too far in, you draw blood, of course, but the frog will tell you how close you're getting. Plus, you feel it. You feel it. Is it hard? What's the consistency? Is it like rubber? Is it hard? Things like that. And you will learn to tell the consistency of your frog. I want my frog to be soft and supple. I want it to be able to move because, like I said, let me see if I can. Okay, these bulbs need to come out. See that curled in heel there? That thing's got to come out and back like that. And this whole frog is going to widen up and come. This part is going to come between the bulbs right there. Okay, so I just want to know that. See the color of that? How it's kind of light colored, pinkish. Okay, and other parts it's white. Okay, that is your different layers of frog. Okay, the most inner layer is opaque or translucent, and then it gets whitish, and then it gets darker as you go from there. His frogs are like gray, like what I started. So anyway, so kind of this is okay. See this? I got this at Harbor Freight. This thing's awesome. I love this thing because you can fit a mask under it like that, and it seals off the eye part so that you don't get all fogged up as well. So again, you absolutely have to have a good dust system going here. Okay, now I'm going to show you this. Now I want to explain this to you. So I need my heels. I need that frog to move. I need those heels to widen up. I need that frog to widen up. Now, I'll show you something here real quick. Something we looked at earlier, but I want to explain something. Let's see. Pictures. New share. Good. So I want to explain why I'm doing this thing here next, which I don't know if it's going to make a difference or not. Now I'm looking at this, but anyway, um, so hold on, I'm looking at something here. Anyways, you see this big chunk of frog in here? Okay, now this one, okay, I understand something now. Now remember, these heels are nice and wide, and the collateral grooves are nice and wide, and stuff like that. Even though his frog stay isn't necessarily the fattest one around, he's got a very good foot here. Okay, so now on this horse, the heels, everything's turned in, the frog stays grows just like this. Now, that frog, depending on what size that frog is, it's going to hold these heels right here. So I just want to, you notice how thick it is, right? Okay. So what I want to do is I don't want to trim it out totally because I'm afraid then my heels would contract without that frog stay between the bulbs. Yet I want it to be able to expand and get wider as well. So after I take down as much as I'm going to take down with the grinder, I'll go in there with a little scalpel and I will just make on the underside of there just a small shallow cut so that it just gives a little when the horse steps down and spreads apart just a hair. So this is experimental. I'm just trying to mechanically think of things that I can do that will not harm the horse in any way and yet will allow more flexibility maybe to the back of the foot. So that's what I'm doing. Because this thing is not going to widen out. This is going to pretty much stay the way it is. Now, what I find interesting here is hers was actually wider than his, but well, who cares? I'd have rather had his foot for sure. That's the important thing. All right, so let me get back to this deal here. And I'll just show you what I did. Okay, bring it here. Now, you better be careful if you do this. And why am I doing this right here? I want it to widen up. There's some pretty thick frog in there. So I just want to make a little cut. Let's see how deep I went. About like that, but you know, you can feel it right in here. I can feel it clear back here. See? It's deep. And, yeah. I can feel the frog in there. There we go. Now, see? That the bulbs will be able to move. I can see that it's spreading right there. See, I spread it just a little. Not much, just a little each time. I wish I knew exactly how deep it was. I'm going to have to, because then I could cut it a little further. And that keeps the living frog there to keep the bulbs apart, while at the same time allowing a little bit of expansion in there, like so. Okay, well, I am done with that for today. There we go. Set. Okay, so anyway, that's an example of how I take down the toe. That's an example of how I clean up the sole and clean up the frog. You know, again, we're taking the frog down so we can get the back of the foot to move, you know, and you also have to remember with me, I've got a lot of, he's got a lot of his foot restored in the back. I'm really seeing more and more though, like something I noticed when I was looking at a side view of the foot was how I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, yeah, those heels have to come back. No, those heels have to come uncurled. See? Because if the heel comes uncurled, uh, that part that's curled in is actually the part that's supposed to be in the back of the foot. So there's a difference between growing in a heel buttress and needing it to like if it's run forward or collapse to come back, and having a heel buttress uncurl, which will also extend the length of the foot from front to back in that heel area. Let's see here. Let me find some here. Okay. So just looking at this picture, hold on. Just a minute. Okay, so you know, it's not that this needs to come back, it's that what's there is curled in and makes it shorter. Do you understand what I'm saying? Once that comes uncurled, you're going to see the heel buttress that's already in there, it will be back here. See, that whole bulb will widen out and the thing will uncurl and it will be, it will come out like this, at least. And then this heel that's already growing in there, if it uncurls, will come down and be like that. But this part here is curled around in there, over in here. Okay. And of course, this bulb here, that part of it, it's also curled around in there.
Okay, can I ask
See?
a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so from all of your, from when you really kind of started really working on this, has your curling in, like going in and then come back out and then going back in and then come back out, or they have always been curled in and they're just slowly getting better?
They've always been curled in, and I didn't know it.
Okay.
Not like now. I mean, I really didn't realize they were curled. I mean, it's like you do, but you don't, you know. I could see it, and I see it in really, really bad feet, but I didn't see it in his feet as much as in the last, say, 6 months or so. Then I come to really see, you know, when I when the bar area opened up was when I saw how really truly curled in his heels were, and I didn't realize that it was to that extent before that.
So do you think it's improved, uncurled somewhat through all of this, or do you think it's been pretty static so far?
No, I think it's improved.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of slow going,
Right.
but definitely I've seen it improve. I'm seeing the bulbs get wider with just these little tweakings, you know.
Right.
That frog, see, just the fact that that frog is coming back and peeking through that place that's always just had periopal, that there in and of itself shows it's getting wider. The base of the frog itself, I'm seeing the frog get wider first. And like the foot that I trimmed here in the previous video, I went out and I was checking it yesterday, and I noticed it was already wider between those bulbs. Like whereas before they were kind of together, now my thumb can fit in there. you know, because I didn't show it in the video, but I took the curl, I rasped out some of the curl in those heels more.
I've been doing that. I've been doing that on mine, where
Hmm.
you just have that little hook, I call
Yeah,
it.
a
That
hook. That's a good
little
one.
hook. And it goes, you curl in and then you have this little freaking hook.
Yep.
I've been taking the hook off
Oh, cool.
right where the bar, quote unquote, should attach.
Yep.
You have this like really tight little curly hook. And I'm like, I don't
Yep.
know what that is, but it shouldn't be there. I've been taking that off recently.
Oh, great. Well, see,
Yeah.
thanks for giving me that term. Okay, because I was
I
I was
don't,
having a
it
hard
just
time
looks like this
describing it.
little eye hook. It's just like this little hook just pokes
Yeah,
out and it's real tight and really tiny.
yeah. And
I've been taking that puppy off. I'm
oh,
like, I don't know
good.
what you are, but you got to go.
Yeah,
So
that's
you see that on yours?
yes, that was there. That's what I took off, and then it brought that wall over kind of flush with the bar to where before it was a hook that went past the bar.
Right.
Is yeah, okay, cool. Yeah.
So I was wondering if anybody else was seeing this little thing that I've been calling the hook. Because I'm just like, I don't remember it being there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it started showing up as I started
Yep.
opening the back of the.
Yep. Same with me. See?
I was like, I don't remember that ever being there before.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the same with me, that little hook. And what it is as that sole and those bars start opening up, it was always there. You just didn't see it. It was kind of disguised.
That's what I figured, because it's almost like an extreme end of the heel where it just really spiraled in real tight.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It's just the very end of the heel buttress, you know.
So I've
And
just been kind of taking that off at the end with my Proxon, just kind of cleaning that up. So it's just gone.
oh, good. Yeah. See, that Procton works good for that, don't it?
I'm getting better with it. You took your guard off. That guard gets in the way.
Yeah, I took mine off.
I didn't even think about taking it off because I'm such a safety freak. Really. I might take it off just because I keep crashing into stuff with it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I'm getting, it takes some skill to figure out how to hold it, where to hold it, what angle
Yeah.
to go at, what speed to go at.
Yeah.
My horse is finally, letting me do it without a whole lot of trouble.
Uh-huh.
It
Good.
wasn't a fun journey. I still though, because I'm not as wide as you in the back, he's low and flared out versus, tall and contracted.
Uh-huh.
So he's always been wider back there, but between the bulbs has never been the wide part. It's always been the rest of the foot's the wide part. So I'm still using the Dremel to get in there at first. And then if I can, I take the Proxon in just a little bit, but my Dremel is, I think it's a 1/4 inch wide and a 1/2 inch long, the drum. And it just fits in there just right now.
Okay.
That's how wide mine is.
Okay.
So I've been still using the Dremel because I know I can get it in there all the way down to the bottom,
Yeah.
and clean it all out. But yeah, the Prox, I go back and forth between the two tools now.
Do you? Okay.
Plug,
Yeah, I do
unplug,
too.
plug,
I use the
unplug,
Dremel
plug.
too.
And everyone, I'm like, just use the Dremel, the drum roll. Don't use any metal, anything.
Oh, the
People were like,
drum?
oh,
Yeah.
everyone was using, a lot of people were using the metal grinding bars or and I'm like, that's gotta get hot.
Yeah.
Whereas the drum rolls work really well, but they don't get hot like the metal does.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the drums.
So I bought like a bag of 100 of them,
Oh, wow.
whatever.
Yeah, that works.
Well, and you go through quite a few of them because if you hit just wrong, you rip the paper.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I've been going back and forth between the two things now, figuring out what tool gets me what I need the best. And what's that mask you said you got it at what? Harbor Freight?
Yeah.
Can you wear glasses underneath the eye part?
Um,
You think you
I
could get a pair of
probably,
glasses?
I think you could. Yeah,
Because I am blind as a bat without mine.
I think you could. What I would do is go in there and try it on.
Yeah, because I mean, if I put a mask on, then I fog up.
Yeah.
So then I like took the mask off, put the glasses on, held my breath. Oh, oh no, really? I'm just like, well, I can't see and breathe at the same time. So I got to stop one to do the other because I
Yeah.
kept fogging up so bad.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I hate that.
But I
But
can't work
this, I
without
really
glasses.
like these. Your eyes don't fog up in them. You
Huh.
know,
I'll have to try
I
it.
don't know what size glasses you have, so I don't
They're
know.
not big. They're just enough so I can see what I'm doing. They're not big and thick and boxy or anything. They're,
Okay, mine are boxy, so I have to take them off.
but I can't see squat without them. I cannot trim without them at
Yeah,
this point.
you
I might
could.
be trimming me instead of him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could wear glasses under these.
I'll have to try
You
it
know.
because I saw it there hanging there and I was
Mhm.
like, and I didn't get it because I'm like, I don't know about that thing.
Yeah, my husband got one for him and one for me, and they were good.
Yeah, so the mask comes off so I can see and then I hold my breath.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting really good at holding my breath. And then I just put the foot down and go away and breathe. And then it's kind of like swimming. Yeah. But that's what I've been doing because I can't wear the mask and see at the same time because of the fogging up. And I was wondering if anybody else has had this problem.
Yeah.
You know, and even in the winter, you fog up because you're sweating.
Ah.
You know, it could be, it could be 20 degrees out and I'm still fogging up.
Yeah.
So, all right. But I just wanted to ask about that little curly thing as well, if you had seen it.
Oh, yeah. The hook. The hook. You gave it a name. You get that hook off because it's the very tip of the heel buttress that is curled around. And the reason it becomes a hook is because when that heel buttress curls around, the bar is connected right there too. And so it's pushing the bar in and the heel buttress around past the bar. And so it comes a hook.
Yeah, literally. So, and it's not a quarter
Careful.
inch long. It's somewhere between an eighth of an inch and a quarter inch long, usually.
Uh-huh.
Just enough to really see it.
Yeah.
But I never cleaned out back there as well until I got the Dremel and the Proxon either. So maybe I just never saw it before because I never unburied enough stuff to see it.
Uh-huh.
So
Guys, sorry.
go for
Happy
it,
New
honey.
Year, everybody.
Oh, hey, all right. It's New Year's in Greece. I
Yes,
still
it's a
have.
new year in Greece and I'm 1 year older.
Is
We're
it your
not 1
birthday?
year older.
No, it's the new year.
Oh,
We're
so
all
like I
thoroughbreds. All
do.
thoroughbreds get now 1 year older.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe if the Greeks did that too. You know, everybody just has the same birthday on the same day.
No.
Uh,
Anyway, happy birthday to everybody.
Happy
I
birthday or happy New Year. Do they drop things like they do over
sorry,
here?
did I say happy birthday? Yeah. It's,
Over here, they're dropping a Hershey's Kiss from the building tonight.
a
And then
Hershey's Kiss.
yeah, well, you know how in New York City they have the crystal ball.
Oh yeah.
Well, here they have the Hershey's Kiss. In Lebanon, they have the Lebanon Bologna being dropped. We have a pickle somewhere else being dropped. We have a rose in Lancaster City being dropped. I mean, they come up with all sorts of good stuff.
Huh. Well, we can drop a horseshoe. There we go.
Yeah,
There
we,
we
we
go.
have one town in Georgia here that drops a possum.
Drops
Drops
a
a
what?
what?
A possum.
A possum.
A
They drop a
possum?
They
possum.
have a stuffed possum that they drop. Yeah.
Oh, a stuffed possum. I was like, oh, that's cruel.
Well,
Does it land on its
it's in a
feet?
cylinder thing, but it's a stuffed one, and they drop.
That's crazy.
Oh.
A possum. All righty. Well, happy New Year, everyone. Anyway.
Hey, happy
But
New Year, everybody.
what else do we have to cover yet tonight?
Okay, Summer, are you still here?
I am.
Oh, okay. Sorry it took so long to get here.
Yeah, I'm fine.
and stuff. Thanks for staying with us here. And so anyway, um, Summer, do you want to give us a little background? Summer has posted the feed on 3 horses. Would you tell me some of the stuff you were telling me about when you got into horses and kind of what's going on, and just kind of give us a rundown?
Sure. So we got the first horse I posted about, Khaleesi, we got her in April of 2023, and I didn't have any experience with horses really before that. Just my daughter had started taking lessons about 3 or 4 years ago now. And then I wanted to start taking lessons. We got 1 horse. Now we have 3. Horse math. So all 3 have always been barefoot, except for Khaleesi had shoes on for about 3 weeks in the first couple of months that I had her, because the barn I was at advised it because of chipping, and I didn't know any better. And then since then, she's been with a trimmer, and she actually recommended that I start to learn to trim myself. So I've been
Cool.
looking into different programs, and I did take the beginner course of the program that she learned from, and
Uh-huh.
I found tact along the way, and just watching the dissections and learning all about the internal anatomy really kind of changed my perspective and showed me that I had so much more that I wanted to learn about. Oh,
Great.
that's why I'm here.
Well, can I ask what course that was?
It's Mackinac Dells.
Okay, I never heard of that one.
It's
Okay.
I think it's Ida Hammer's course.
Oh, okay. I've heard her name
Yeah.
and stuff. She's been barefoot trimming for a long time. I've heard her name for years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um okay. So so then you know from watching the videos that ultimately the heels have been being over trimmed on these horses probably for a long time.
Yeah.
And so okay, so this is the first horse. Now which horse is this? This is Khaleesi?
Khaleesi, yes.
Khaleesi. Okay, so now one thing that happens um in barefoot trimming, which I did used to do and stuff like that, besides trimming the heels out, okay, which trims away the buttress, which takes away the true stability of the hoof wall, is that usually, you know how I wanted to show you guys that video so that you would learn more about taking the toe quarters down. And then I showed you what the parts of the foot were. Let's see, let me annotate here. Okay, in that you got your toe right about in here. Then you got your toe quarter. Okay, and then past that, it's the same like if you just took 2 fingers all the way around, you know, or so. Got your toe quarter, you got your quarter, and then you got your heel, and they're all about the same width. And so it's important to learn how to rasp down the toe quarter. Um, uh, just a minute here. Let me clear this out. Okay, the toe quarter here, because now I showed you on my foot how it was shaped, that it goes like this at the top. And if you were to look down here, it would look like this at the bottom. Let me see if I got the picture here. And that is because it follows the shape of the internal foot. And so so the growth rings are kind of like this. Kind of like this. Now, I want you to notice the growth ring over here. Just a minute. Okay, you see this line here?
Yeah, there's like a wave there.
Yep. See how it goes up like that?
Yeah.
Can you make that
Okay.
bigger, the hoof?
Yeah. Yeah, just a minute here.
Yeah.
Just let's see. Let's see. Share.
Once again, my bad.
That's okay. Okay. Let me find an annotate here.
Much better, thank
Okay. Okay, so here's a growth ring, and it goes up, and then it goes down, and then it goes up. See there?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's supposed to just follow, it's supposed to go like this. See?
Yeah.
Like that. So when the sides of the toes do not get rasped properly, and a lot of times they don't get rasped properly because people have been taught, see, there's this thing they started called the 4-point trim, plus in another method, they purposely leave this area long because they have been taught that this is some sort of weight-bearing pillar here, when it's not. And the reason they think that is because of interpretations that were made on wild horse feet, because the farrier doing the research, in this case would have been Gene Ovanek, did not understand why. Okay, so what he did was he got these wild horse feet and he took imprints on boards with paint, and he noticed that the weight bearing, of course the horse is not standing up either. He noticed that on the board that he put on the horse's foot, that there were 4 points of weight, what he saw, paint marks, and that was in the heels and in the sides of the toe. And so he assumed, and I can understand why, he assumed that these were weight bearing points. Okay, now the reason he believed that is because farriers are taught a lie to begin with. They're taught a lie that it's not the bottom of the foot that bears any weight, but the rim of the wall alone. Like this is the bottom of the foot, okay, and here's the rim of the wall. Okay, they're taught to trim out the sole. You saw me rasp my horse's foot down and left a rim of sole next to the wall, right?
Yep.
You know, over here, a rim of sole. Okay, they're taught that the wall alone is to be weighted. And so they will trim out the sole so that only the rim of the wall is on the ground or on the shoe as well. But it goes further than that, because back in some medieval whack job come up with this idea here that the reason that they trim out all the sole and put the shoe only on the wall is because they believe that it's the internal lamina that is in other words, the sides of the internal foot. You know, earlier we were looking at the lamina, and you got the sensitive lamina skin of the outer foot and the insensitive lamina, all those lamina leaves. They believe it's the lamina leaves that bear the weight. And so that's why they carve out all the sole and put the shoe on the rim of the wall to transfer the weight to the sides of the foot. And of course, this is like, you know, give me some leeches and drain a couple pints of blood out of me. It's about the same thing. Comes from the same kind of people, having the same illogic stupidity in their brain. And of course, this stupidity stays in the halls of academia because it was established in the first vet schools. And so you will find this is what they have believed for centuries, that you're to carve out the sole, put the shoe on the wall, and make the wall bear the weight to transfer the weight to the lamina, which they can get away with because they're putting an iron ring on the shoe with iron nails, and I'm not against shoeing. And that holds the foot together. But also what they're doing is, for the whole life of the horse, they're torturing the horse because they're forcing it to bear weight on the sensitive lamina skin leaves of the inner foot. So when he looked at the wild horse and he saw that it bore, you know, 4 points on the sides of the toe and then the heels, he assumed that's where the weight bearing was, because he had been taught that the horse bore weight on the sides of the foot, and that really bothered him. And so one of the things he was looking for was, where did the horse wear its weight? What he didn't realize was that, let me clear this up here, was that these horses, okay, movement. I want you to think about movement. When a horse is grazing, what directions does he move the most? He will go forward, that's for sure. But when they're out grazing, out especially like in the desert and stuff like that, there's no wasted movement. Okay? And they spend a lot of time rolling on the quarters, rolling over to get a bite of grass or moving forward, and very rarely, or not rarely, but this is the part of the foot that is used the least. That's all. That's all. It's not because it bears major weight. Okay? It's because it just happens to be in a spot that doesn't get worn as much. There is nothing different about this piece of hoof wall or the lamina in there than any other part of the wall. And so because of that, then these trimmers, a lot of them, they're taught to leave this area high and long, to purposely weight this area right here. And so that's why on a lot of these horses like this, you're going to see what happens when you do that. Well, this foot is duck-tailed on here. The wall slides down the lamina inside. And so if you weight it to where it can't easily grow out, it will start to jam upward like this. And so that's all that happened here, is that the trimmers that this horse has had have left, either they leave them long on purpose because of that teaching, or they just don't know the true shape of the foot and they don't know how to rasp these areas down. And so what happens is they get left high and long, and gradually the wall jams upward like this. And that's why you see these rings like this. And even here, because it's so straight, it really should be like that. See, let me show a picture, just a minute. That's why you got to learn how to rasp toe quarters. See, what bears weight on the foot? Well, everything has a share in bearing weight, but nothing continually bears the full weight because of the whole suspension system of the leg and the tendons and the ligaments and the joints and the frog and the digital cushion and all that. There's so much suspension built into these horses that there isn't any absolute weight bearing part of this foot. It's all kind of a weight sharing mechanism. Kind of like, like a tire when it's spinning and you're going down the road, and all your, we just put one on a car, like your shocks and your struts and your springs and all that, and plus the rubber in the tire and everything there. It's all kind of a weight sharing suspension system. The only time the tire really bears weight is when the car is sitting still. The rest of the time, everything is suspension. And so in these horses, there's so much suspension that the only time they're primarily the foot is bearing weight and it's still weight sharing all the parts is when the horse is standing still. And then you'll notice they'll flip from one foot to the next. you know, cock this foot and to cock that foot. Of course, that might be because their feet are sore. I don't know. Okay, so that's the first thing, and see, we need to understand why people trim the way they do. What did a person believe to begin with? What did they believe to begin with that made them come up with the idea of why something might be a certain way? See, just like same person when he saw the sole ridge in the toe. Okay, because farriers have been taught the foot is only concave. Well, and so you've been trimming that out your whole farrier life, and you don't know there's a convex sole ridge there. And then you see a horse that's got this big lump in the toe, you think it's a callus because it's not supposed to be there, when in reality it's supposed to be there. Okay, so see, these are interpretations that people made due to what they already believed, which they were taught, which was wrong to begin with. And so they misunderstand the things that they see. And so in barefoot trimming, it became a deal of don't touch the callus in the toe. Well, it's not like the sole quits growing. Okay, and so you're lowering the heels, the whole toe is shooting forward. Next thing I knew, they're having us rocker the toe and bring the toe back all the time, because the toe is not, don't remove the callus, but then rocker the toe. And I mean, always coming up with something new. All right, so okay, so that's the first thing that I see on this foot, is that his toe pillars are being left long and it's pushing the wall up, and so they're jammed up like that. Let's see. Now, see, here's a good thing.
Linda, sorry,
Yeah.
a question here.
Uh-huh.
Natural trimmers, the ones, they say that they imitate nature.
Mhm.
Didn't they ever notice that the first thing that wild horses or any horse self trims is this exact spot when they make a natural notch?
Yeah, but they haven't studied natural feet. They only say that this is natural because of what Jamie Jackson, his book, okay, they blame everything on nature this, nature that, nature, 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 but these people have never really studied nature. They've never really studied wild hooves or self-trimming. Okay, they're repeating what they have been told in the books they have read. They have not proved it out and studied it themselves. See, so they're just used to saying, well, nature this and nature that, because that's what Jamie Jackson did. Now, Gene Ovenick did not do that. He didn't make nature, the god of the hoof and stuff. That was Jamie Jackson. Nature this, and oh, you can't explain it. It's just a magical mystery tour in nature. you know so they don't really know, they just repeat stuff. See, because that's what humans do. That's why its advancement is so slow, because once people go to school, whether it's medicine or anything else, once they go to school and they're indoctrinated with the current belief system in any field, a lot of times they have no understanding for why they're even saying what they're saying. They're just saying it because that's what it said in the book, and that's what they're repeating. So anyway, so that's the reason. It's not that it's really nature. They haven't studied nature. You know, um, when 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 Jamie Jackson did his supposed research in 82 to 84 or 86, he claims. There were no pictures of wild horse feet or anything else. We have them now because all these wild horse advocacy groups primarily, so now we can look at those wild horse feet and we know the stuff you're talking about. And then we can also look at old photos before 1754 when they started trimming the heels out of horses. And we can see what their feet are like. See? So anyway. Okay, so nature smature. Nature, blaming
Thank
everything on
you.
nature is not science. Oh, what'd you
Thank you,
say?
because now people who believe and who really care about their horses, now they have some logical reasons to see why the natural trim is wrong.
Yeah, because it's not truly natural, and they need to know that none of these people actually studied the natural hoof, actually studied the wild horse foot. None of them. Okay. Not even Jamie Jackson, through all his claims, in my opinion. I got to add my opinion in there. Okay. Not he didn't even do it like he said he did. Or he had pictures in his book, right? He had no pictures in his book. Not a one of the so-called 1,000 feet he did. Okay. So anyway, if he did, let's see the pictures. I want to see all the pictures. Where are they? The horses in the wild horse advocacy groups show that he was either blind or did not do what he said he did. One of the two. Which was it? Where's the pictures? See? So, the only thing we have a picture of, really, is that one dead wild horse foot that wore its heels out, and it's a rear foot. Why is everybody trying to put the rear foot off one dead wild horse on all these barefoot horses? See? Okay, well, I'll get off that bandwagon. Okay, so now we're looking at a side view, and you see this red right there, and you see, okay, I want you to see the lines in the foot.
Wait, I'm not seeing.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, so you see the red
Oh, yes.
right there, and do you see the lines, the bulges?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like this isn't just. Oh, hold on, might be somebody here. Oh, hi. Just a minute. Hold on, got somebody here.
For what it matters, we all start from this point. I think.
I haven't actually even attempted to trim or rasp anything myself yet.
That's okay.
Oh,
That's okay.
you will, and you love it.
Okay, so I need to show you something here. Just a second here. GHI. And okay. Okay. Now, here we go. Okay, you see this foot here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look at the capsule. See the rings?
Yeah.
It's exactly like what's on your horse there. Now, this was a good foot per se, but the heels weren't totally trimmed out, but they were still trimmed out. His hairline should have been up at least, let's see here, at least to here. See that?
Yeah.
Okay, because the heels were trimmed out just the amount they were. You see the rings that put in the side of the foot here?
Yeah.
Okay, so your horse, I found that interesting. He had the same rings. Now what's interesting about this horse, this was off a mare, and she was totally, completely, 100% foundered in front, and it was mechanical from having her heels trimmed out continually. And usually you'll find this on these horses, if they're going to mechanically founder due to the heels being trimmed out, their back feet will survive, but the front feet will rotate and just be terrible, horrible.
Huh.
So that's what happened to her. So hold on here, and I'll go back to your foot here. Okay, so that's interesting how it's got the same rings. See? And these are the front feet too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you can tell she's got really strong cartilages up here. The stronger the cartilages are, the more they will pull up and make false heel and stuff. So her hairline should be at least up, let's see here, at least up to here, like so, and her foot probably that much longer.
Yeah, she has tiny feet right now.
Yeah. And because that's what that trim does. I'm sure a lot of her heel is curled around behind, and then she'll just pull. Her cartilages are going to go up here anyway. They won't be pulled down because they're nice and strong, and so she'll pull her foot up anyway. And as she does, this wall will curl around behind her here, and of course it causes tearing and hemorrhaging, and that's why you see this red
Yeah.
bruising here. Let's see here. Oh, and you can really tell it here. Okay. Her frog, which is now pulled clear under her foot, should be clear up between her bulbs here. So you see how the heels are curled in?
Yeah.
Okay. See, this heel buttress right here should actually be clear over here. And then her foot would be longer. Like if this uncurled and came back to here, do you see how her whole foot would be longer from the
Yeah.
side? And of course, you can see it here too in the bulbs. You can see that this is pulled in. The bulbs are pulled in like that.
Yeah.
And okay, you know how Janet was talking about a hook?
Uh-huh.
Here, I'll show you the hook here. Gotta copy the picture. Let's see, share. Okay, this is the hook right here. See it? See how it's this is her heel buttress, and it's clear up against her frog right here. And it's supposed to be clear out here. See? And of course, then that pushes the frog forward too, like that. And so when the heel is curled in like that, then because the bar and everything, this is all one piece attached, then it's going to make the bar curl in like this. See?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so this is a hook here and a hook here. And really it's just the heel buttress, but it's become a hook because of the way it's curled in. And of course, it should not be, this heel buttress here point should not be pressing up against the frog. See, and I didn't notice it as much before till I did my horse and I rasped down and I seen how where the buttress is growing from was pushing against his frog.
So if she was in front of you right now, how would you trim this hoof?
Okay. If she was in front of me right now, first of all, I'd start, let me get something to draw with. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, first of all, I would start, now remember, so you got your toe quarter, your quarter, and your heel.
Yep.
See there? Okay, so you're going to want to grow her heels back in and allow her to have heel. Because see, they will keep taking them off. She's got a pretty thick frog there, so they're just taking the heels down to the base of the frog.
Yeah.
But that gradually still trims out the heels. So I would be growing. I would allow this to get to stay hot above the sole here. Okay. I would have, and I would allow that to stay above the sole on both sides. I would not, no, I would kind of let her feet rest a little bit for, good 4, 5, 6 weeks till you trim her again.
Yeah.
But I would come in then and I would map the foot. Just a minute here. Where am I? Okay, so I would map the foot and I would find the true apex of the frog, which is going to be really about here. And then I would God, I can't even talk. Okay, wow. See how much those bars are out of place. Now look at this piece here, this little piece here. See, that shouldn't be like that at all. Just a minute here. Okay, so I will map where the bars should be, and which kind of have it. Just a minute. Let me redo this. Kind of hard at this angle. Okay, right there. So coming up to about here, I would start here, and I would trim this bar out right here. Let's see here.
When you say trim out the bar, do you mean to amputate it?
Oh no, I just mean, see this big lump of bar here? Okay, no, I would just come and take this out right here. See, you got this funky hook here. This is what I'd start. I'd start with just trimming this up and trimming these bars over and off the sole. They're being pushed up over onto the sole. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would just, let me undo that again. I would just come in here and trim this bar out. Not out, but so all of this here that's laying against and over on the sole. Okay. And look, see this? This will create a pressure point that'll cause an abscess. That piece right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would come and take that over and down to right here. And that'll get it off the sole and pressing against the bottom of the foot there. And I would not trim out. I would trim down the frog real well. The rest of the foot, I would do like what I showed you. Except I don't know how much sole she has here exactly, but I would take this up here about down to the level of the sole, and then from here forward, I would just do a light bevel.
Okay.
That's all. That's what I would start with, because she needs to grow in heel. And at some point too, you see this little, let me get a different color here. Okay, you see where her heel buttress is right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it wouldn't even bother me if I had a Dremel or something just to take that over, to take that hook off right there.
Yeah.
See, because that'll help push her heels apart. But so that's what I do.
Okay.
You know, and just start allowing the back of that foot to grow and expand back to where it's supposed to be, and those heels to uncurl, and the frog, you can see her bulbs, how they're in like that.
Yeah.
See? So I think her feet would straighten up rather quickly. I really do.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah. Yeah. I think yeah, she's got a lot of good stuff there, and I think it would come out rather easily. She hasn't got major hoof distortion. But if she keeps going the way she is, she could wind up mechanically foundered
Yeah,
or
definitely
with
don't want that.
mechanical laminitis. Okay. Here, what I'll do, I'll just take a screenshot of this. Just a minute. For you. Okay. Let's see.
Summer,
Yes.
there are videos of Linda's to show how to trim the bars and how to find the white line of the bar.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of the trim videos and I've just been trying to work my way up to actually going out and trying something myself. But I just wanted to really make sure I'd watched everything I can and feel comfortable that I know where I'm trying to go.
Yeah, hey, we've all been there.
So that brings up a good point for Summer, and you can tell me to shut up if you want, but
No,
would
I'm
it
not
be,
gonna tell you to shut
it's okay. Because this is a new adventure, would it be okay for her to just start with the bars one day, one hoof,
Sure. Sure.
and then get up the courage to continue over the 6 weeks time and follow?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely might help to just take it in little bite-sized chunks.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, your horse being trimmed right on. These trimmers, they want 3-week interval, 4-week. What time has they suggested you have these horses done?
We've been at 5 or 6 weeks.
Okay, well that's not bad then, because some of them want to trim your horse every 3 weeks. Imagine the expense of that.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Job security.
Yeah. Let's see here. Just a second here. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can really see how contracted the heels are here. And see how, because the capsule is being squeezed, how it's just squeezing the bulbs out the back.
Yeah,
I mean, do you see that now?
I do.
Okay. Yeah, it's just the same on both feet. Same deal on both feet. To me, that looks like, it looks really uncomfortable,
Yeah.
and stuff. It's like you're just squeezing that foot, and then the bulbs are being forced and popped out the back. It'd be like severe ingrown toenail.
Yeah.
Have
Well,
you ever seen? Oh, go ahead.
she is fairly cranky most of the time. So
Yeah. Well, that would be why. Absolutely. Um, um, have you ever seen those toenails that are super curled in?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is like. See, that's got to be super uncomfortable. She'll have and you can see the red. There is a reddish hue. So she is going to have inflammation in her feet constantly. And I can tell you that makes you grouchy.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if once we see some improvement in her hooves, if that will translate into just her general emotional state, if she'll be a little less.
I'll bet you it will. You know it? I'll just bet you it will. Because horses are very emotional. That's the one thing about them and stuff. So yeah, so it's just gonna be the same on all 4 feet.
At least we're
Yeah.
consistent.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, at least we're consistent.
Yeah, hey. You know, more now you got more heel trimmed out on the back, and so the barefooters would look at the back and think the backs were ideal. See that? 30-degree hairline, little triangle foot.
Yeah.
But you know, we looked at those pictures of those horses from the 1600s and how steep that hairline was in the back of their feet. Now, what kind of horse is this?
She's a quarter horse.
Okay, yeah. Yepper. Her heels are trimmed out. She would have sore feet. Absolute. Even if she's not showing limping, she will have sore feet. And it is the same situation on all 4 feet.
You know, one thing about her, when she walks, there's a lot of noise, a lot of popping since the very first day we got her. And initially, like it bothered me. And the vets say it's fine, and you know, the trainer that helped us find her all said it's fine, and that happens sometimes. But it is always, I don't. She seems so fragile to me because of it for
Yeah,
some reason.
yeah, because she is. Because all that popping and clicking is inflammation. Because, okay, you know how when you heat up a piece of metal, how the heat travels up the metal?
Yeah,
Okay, well, inflammation, bodily inflammation can do the same thing. One piece irritates another piece to another, to another, to another, and you wind up with this inflammation. And this inflammation will lead to popping and clicking. Remember, I told you I used to get up and every bone in, it seemed like every bone in my foot was popping.
yeah,
See, so like when I was describing earlier, when the feet aren't right, it affects everything going up.
yeah.
See? Now, how old is she?
12.
Oh, yeah, she can still be fixed. You know, my mare, I was able to restore a lot of the heel on her, and she got way, way, way more comfortable. This horse is in her prime, you know,
Yeah,
and stuff. And, you know, the building blocks, everything's still there and stuff. Her feet can be fixed. But the way I look, like even looking here, I just see a lot of inflammation because the capsule just constricting on her foot and shoving her bulbs out the back, you know, and, you know, foot binding.
yeah,
Yeah. And you see how when, especially in these back feet, because they don't have any heel buttress at all, how the wall just has no stability.
yeah.
See
Well,
how it just looks like it's melting?
yeah. If you look, oh, so over on the left side of the screen, that on where it bulges out, she has a coronary band injury there, and so
Okay.
she has a significant scar crack, and
Okay.
it doesn't cause any soundness issues, but it's very noticeable.
Mm-hmm.
Summer, does she had any abscess?
No, actually, so she was lame a couple of months ago, but I never saw any evidence of an abscess at all. It was just for a few days, and she got better. So I just assumed that maybe she kind of tweaked something. But no, I've never had any abscesses with her.
Okay.
No, not good.
Okay, let's look at the next horse, which this horse is Dusty.
Yes.
And he's a 7-year-old quarter horse. Okay. And he is on his way to being lame. I'm just gonna tell you that. Okay. Like
Okay.
one of our members, Janine, okay, she has a Palomino quarter horse, and man, his cartilages are totally being contorted like this. And so it wouldn't be long before this horse will be lame if something isn't done. Yeah, see? See, and what happens when they trim out the heels, the toes shoot forward. Next thing you know, they're doing what's called dubbing the toes. See? You should never have a bevel that looks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that foot just looks sore. So it's the same thing, except his heels seem to be even, well, they're trimmed out pretty good, and Of course, it pushes the wall forward and out, and then you see. Did you notice on my feet how they're not round? You
Yeah.
know, they're not round like this. No horse's foot is round like that. The front foot would be oval shaped. And you can see he's got, look at all the separation in the white line here.
Yeah.
A lot of white line separation. That's from the heels being trimmed out and the whole foot being bent under and stuff. And the frog being forced forward. Yeah, same deal. Now his heels are curled in as well. But same thing. Look how the cartilages and the whole back of the foot is bulging.
Yeah.
And look, it's almost like he's wanting to split out there. Like if this horse got into water, like a super wet season for like a month, his bulbs would probably just erupt out the back. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah, just the same thing. Heels trimmed out. You know, his cartilage should not be pulled down like that. But see, they put an image in your head. See, I trimmed to that image for 10 years. Kept trying to trim my horse into that. See? Yep, no heels. Hairline's almost on the ground. It's amazing that they can. Now, how sound is he? How does he move around? What's he like?
We haven't had any soundness issues with him
Okay.
either.
Okay,
Well,
that's
so
good.
far we've been lucky.
Yeah.
But I think of it like with myself, like I have very tight ankles and I've been working on like my feet for years to try and restore functionality.
Yeah.
But you just your body adapts and you figure
Yep.
out how to move around despite the restrictions. And I think
Yeah.
they do the same thing.
Yep. Well, and here you can see how his heels curled in
Hmm.
there, in going in towards the frog. But he's nice and young,
Yeah.
and his feet will recover. The rear. Well, anyway, it's the same. It's gonna be the same on all of them.
Yeah, that
You
makes
know?
it easier for me so
Yeah.
it's a consistent
Yeah. Okay, and this is
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Phoenix. Okay. Okay. And see, there's a lot of inflammation in these feet. You can see it more in white feet.
Yeah.
See how pink they are?
Hmm.
And what you're looking at here, see this discoloring?
Hmm.
Okay, that's really from inflammation and tearing of the lamina because the feet are very porous. And so that blood that happens in there, it leaches into the outer layers of the foot and it turns brown.
Huh.
And the periopal too will turn weird colors and get weird as it grows down. Yeah, his bulbs are pulled clear under his foot. Yep, same thing. Same thing. They all need to grow heel. Take toe down and grow heel, pretty much.
Yeah.
But you know, I want to encourage you that you can do this. Okay? We've all done it, and none of us knew how to do anything. Well, we're all doing it, and we're all still learning. But all of our horses are better off with us than they were with the professionals. If
Yeah.
not you, who? You know?
Yeah. At the end of the day, I just want to do whatever's going to be best for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's exactly what you're doing right now. And God must have been shining down on you when you found us.
It is just funny how things happen and you stumble across the things that you need when
Yep.
you need them.
Yep. It sure is, isn't it?
At least when you're starting with tact and you're not experimenting as a regular barefoot trimmer,
Yeah.
continuing on what your current barefoot trimmer is doing, like a lot
Yeah.
of us have done.
Yeah.
And so your horse's feet are going to improve
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah,
Quickly.
for a while I thought being new to horses was a real disadvantage, but I'm coming to find that I think it's a little bit of an advantage because I don't have all of these years of this is just the way you do it drilled into
Yeah.
me.
Exactly.
So I'm not married to any particular, theory or way of
Yeah.
doing things.
See, and that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, same deal. Got to grow heel. You know. Yeah, because you've seen, of course, my horse, I'm still working on areas on him, but you see the heel these horses have to have,
Yeah.
you know, to get them bulbs up off the ground. They never should be walking. Think about that. That's all soft, sensitive tissue.
Yeah.
They were never meant to walk on that, you know. So you've got some very fortunate, lucky horses to have you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, is there anything else you'd like to ask for now?
No, I think that's a lot of information for in today's chat and specifically on them. So I definitely have a good place to start.
Okay. Okay. Now, this is the horse we're gonna look at next. Tiffany.
Linda, this is Ellen. I just sent you one picture.
Okay.
Uh,
It's coming
and it's
in. Tiffany, are
sorry.
you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, we can look at your horse too if you want. Okay,
Well,
Elena, I'm waiting for it to come in. So
hey,
hold on.
it's just one picture of the solar view. I was trimming this horse today, and I couldn't take all the pictures because it was just too cold and muddy and everything. But
Okay.
the distortion is pretty extreme, I would say, and with hooks and everything. So I just wanted to show
Yeah. Well,
what could happen actually.
okay, could you send it again because my thing decided to go weird on me.
Oh, wait, I need to find. Oh, no, that's the problem. There's so many. Wait. Oops.
There's
No,
message
there it
sent
is.
before
Yeah, I'm
device
sending.
was added to this to be what a bunch of crap.
I sent it.
Oh, okay, got it.
But it's after I started, it's like mid trim.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like oval, but on the other way, basically.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So I couldn't really do much. I just sort of cleaned up.
Yeah.
And they're on very frozen ground.
Yeah.
So you don't want to make them really and there is endless, like the sole you can just clean up endlessly because there is no sole, basically.
Yeah.
It just all falls out.
Do you
So
have a side view?
Unfortunately not with this foot. No,
Okay.
I have all the pictures of her because I think I trimmed first time this horse
Okay.
2.5 months ago, and then they didn't call me. So I told them I need to come back regularly, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Do you think on these feet you still might be able to take down your toe quarters more?
Well, it's just I rasped it. I always make this short because
Okay.
I want to show the thickness of the hoof wall, how it
Okay.
progresses. Because
Okay.
people think that they're wearing the toe off, but I
Mm-hmm.
think it's the quarters where the tubules are moving.
Mm-hmm.
I will send you what I was able kind of to do with it.
Okay.
Wait a second. I didn't do much, but I said I'd rather go in 2 weeks and just rasp it again.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
And the on the side view, I sent you the picture, and on the side view, you just saw how pink her feet were, like they were pink, basically.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
now
So
this looks like you took it down a little. Well, the shape looks a little different here.
yeah, I
Not
was
quite
just
as
trying
round.
to kind of direct it into the right direction, put it
Mm-hmm.
that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of horse is this?
This is Icelandic horse. They're quite
Okay.
rare
Yeah.
in Hungary.
Okay. Yeah.
And they generally, what I see, like I was in Denmark not a long time ago, and they all shoe them and they all have can feet,
Yeah.
really like Coke bottles, basically, or Coke, the
Huh.
cans. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and all of them are hoof bound.
Oh yeah. No, well,
All of them
the frogs, like you can tell that this frog,
is
could
bent.
really expand.
So I'm quite, if they will allow me to work with this horse, it will be interesting to
Yeah. Well.
witness, how
Yeah.
it
That'd be
changes.
great. I hope they do.
Yeah, yeah. So I just wanted to show how it could be oval in a different way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it looks good. It like it changed. You must have taken the sides down a little bit or something because it changed the shape of it somewhat
Yeah,
to
yes,
a little bit better there.
yeah. So that's it from me at the moment.
Okay, well, thanks for
Thank
sharing
you.
that.
Thank you.
Tiffany, do you want us to look at your horse's foot?
That would be awesome. Yes, I
Okay.
accept. The
Okay.
only issue is my charming neighbors are going to start off some fireworks, so I might have to go be outside with the horse. So
Oh,
I'll
now what
watch the
happened?
replay.
Okay, now do you have two horses now or?
No, ma'am. Anya passed away on July 20th.
Oh, how did I miss that? I'm so sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was not every death sucks, so but thank you
Um,
for remembering her.
yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. She was a wonderful teacher. She still is.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna take a look here. Um, so where am I at here?
Doot 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 is right.
Ah, okay. Well, let me just look here a little bit. Now, is this a Morgan?
Yeah, he is a Percheron and a Morgan mix.
Okay, what a nice combination.
He is lovely. He's a
Yeah.
really, really special guy.
Wow, and just look how thick his hoof walls are.
You're telling me.
Yeah. This is this front foot? No, this is a rear
No,
foot.
this is left hind.
Okay. Left hind. They have such strong feet.
Thanks God.
Morgans do. Okay, well, okay, so I know what you're going to find on him is he will wind up having very, very steep hoof walls and more
Okay.
heel and more
Okay.
heel. And that one thing to start doing would be to really be trimming these frogs up
Mm-hmm.
and stuff so that the back of this foot can expand the way it needs to. So his hairline's going to come up. He will have a real steep hairline, but his cartilages are bound by his frogs. See how that's rounded there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it should be straight out cartilages are straight like this. And so let's look at the bottom of this foot. Okay, and so his heels are curled in some. You see that? Okay, but primarily his issue is that his frogs are big and heavy and hard, and they're binding the back of his foot.
Yeah, I hate to hear that, but I do understand what you're saying.
Not
While we're
not
looking at,
horrible, severe, like terrible foot binding, but
Mhm.
he doesn't have the foot he could have.
Deserves. Hmm.
See,
Yeah.
see, and so these frogs are probably like what's their texture?
Well, I've been slowly trying to, we'll call it exfoliate them. When he
Mm-hmm.
first arrived, they were awfully hard and like
Yep.
callous. And slowly I've been peeling them away in the rain. So they're more supple, but certainly they could be even, I suppose they could be more supple.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've never experienced that before.
Okay. Okay. Well, you see his bulb here, how
Hmm.
that's curled in
I do
like
see
that.
that. Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. So that's supposed to be out here like
Yeah.
that. And
So,
his whole frog needs to come back and release the back of his foot. Now,
yeah.
um, uh, so you're gonna need to, like everybody else, okay, is allow him to grow some heel, learn how to take down these bars, and learn how to really trim these frogs up
Hmm.
so that his foot can expand. Because this is the main problem with domestic horses is over trimming the heels and no frog expansion.
Hmm.
See?
So in your video, when you took that little X-Acto knife and made some slits in the frog,
Uh-huh.
is that what he has naturally? Is that the
Yeah.
sensus sulcus, or are so
Yeah,
okay?
this is where his frog stay would be. Right
Oh, and you
between
want that
here.
up the back like a wedge. You want that more up the bulbs as opposed
It
to under his.
well, let's see. I don't know if you've seen here, let me show you a picture. Just a second.
I liken this frog in the current state that it's in to
Mhm.
the nose of a dog. You know how the nose of a dog splits to the lip, and the front lip doesn't really close? Like they have like a split lip, basically.
Uh-huh.
That's what his frog reminds me of, the nose of a dog.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to see what you're
Oh,
seeing.
if you turn it to the upside, like if you go back to the frog,
Oh, okay.
like go to the other picture, either to the left or to the right, where it's this image, but basically up there. You see how it's like the nose of a
Oh
dog?
yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. I
Yeah.
see
So I'm
what
like,
you're
oh, it
saying.
splits. That creates
Yeah.
that leverage for him. Okay.
Yeah. And this is just the crevice that is between the frog lips. And it's also where the frog stay grows
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. So there ain't nothing that bad or wrong. But
Okay.
he does need a refreshed frog. This
Meaning with
frog looks very old,
okay.
like
So
very old. Um,
mm,
I have a Morganite trim,
mhm.
and so I'll get some pictures of his feet to show you some of the similarities,
Great.
you know. But these horses have the back of their foot is massive on these horses,
Hmm.
and their dorsal walls are very steep because they're meant to push off, you know. They're meant to have a lot of traction and be able to push off and carry and pull heavy loads. Did you ever read Justin Morgan Had a Horse?
Nope, but I can get it.
Okay, well, I read it when I was a kid, and it's the story of the Morgan horse.
Okay.
Justin Morgan Had a Horse. Yeah, that's why they're called Morgans.
Morgan. Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah, and they were known for their ability to pull as well as trot long distances and great riding horses as well.
Mm.
They're just like they're just super versatile horse.
Well, he's
And
lovely. I'm excited to see him develop. I mean, he's a little bit younger than I thought he was when I first acquired him.
uh-huh.
So
How old is
he's gonna,
he?
I think he's about 4.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has he been ridden?
Yes, he's been started under saddle, so I'm going to give him this year off so that he can
Hmm.
finish growing
Yeah.
and then restart him. Because he was started a little bit younger than
Yeah. Yep. I know
than
how it
I
is.
would have. Yeah. Anyway, so
Well, everything I said about these other horses applies to him.
sure.
It's
Now,
always the back of their feet always get bound, and his foot will really expand and get really way much stronger and stuff. But the thing you have to practice is trimming frogs.
yes, I do.
So it'd
And
be good to watch some videos on that. I'll see if I can round you some up.
I accept because
Okay.
little rusty. I have been since Hef passed. I have been practicing on cadavers, so I'm less afraid.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Or well, okay, it's different when it's a cadaver horse, right? But it's
Yeah.
I feel like I have a better understanding of how to use my tools.
Good. Okay.
So that time away I've been using for this moment. But
Okay.
it's scary.
Yeah. Well, hey, I understand.
I know.
I've been there. And better to be like that than the total opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Just no fear at all. Like somebody
True.
I know. Not gonna say who.
Hey,
I'm not gonna say
not
who
it.
has no fear. Um, anyway, okay. Well, is there anything else you need to know?
Um, no, I don't have any prepared questions other than I think this is just going to take time and just I'm going to slowly do this. I'm not going to go crazy. I'll do one hoof at a time and see
Yeah,
how I go.
yeah,
Would you
yeah.
take that like labia thing off at the like how it goes up? Would you
I mean, this up here?
yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah. I mean, I would trim down this whole frog and trim a central sulcus in there, even though that's not
about.
actually technically we decided called the central
Mm-hmm.
sulcus anymore, but yeah, I would trim that out, little diamond area here, and I
Mm-hmm.
would trim that frog way down to fresh frog. And I know there's some YouTube videos that show that.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, you just made
with
one.
real farriers doing it, and
Well, you
stuff.
just showed one, so I can get used to that grinder thing and see how that goes.
Okay,
Um,
well, it would be good if you would learn to use a knife on this particular frog.
oh, why do you say that? I'm curious.
Because you need to learn to use a knife to trim a frog as well as use a grinder.
Okay.
Okay? It'd
Yep.
take you forever to grind that frog down.
Oh,
And
okay.
it really you need to learn how to use those knives to pull them up and to trim a frog, and to learn to use two hands to control the knife so that you're
Okay.
controlling the cut, you
Okay.
know. That would just be a really good thing for you to learn both ways.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Awesome. Happy New Year, everyone.
Hey, Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, so does anybody else have anything we want to share or say or anything? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I
Well,
just
till
want to
next time.
I just want to say thank you for taking the time to go over my horses with me. I really appreciate it.
Oh, sure, I enjoyed it, and we're just definitely glad that you're with us. For sure. Look forward to seeing how they're going to improve, especially that mare, how much better she's going to feel. You know?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Well, okay, people, has anybody else got anything?
And
Hey,
I
Liz,
want to
Devin.
say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, you're
And I
welcome,
hope
welcome,
New
welcome.
Year will find us better with much larger knowledge and happier for our horses.
Yeah, me too. Somebody else was talking there too. Did somebody say something?
I was saying hi, Linda. It's Devin.
Oh, hi, Devin.
I haven't been here all day. I chimed in somewhere around 3 o'clock, I think it was. Um,
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually trimming 4 horses today, so
Oh,
I had to wait till
wow.
I was done to
Okay.
chime in. But I don't know if you saw that post of that who says a barefoot girl can't jump?
Oh,
A big
just a minute.
thoroughbred gray mare that I posted. Anyways, I trimmed her today.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
yeah, and she actually has really nice feet.
Uh-huh.
Like I say, she jumps barefoot. But I went back again to trim her today, and after some of the stuff that we've been talking about, um, I trimmed the crap out of her frogs today.
Oh, okay.
And like even with her feet, how great I mean, she's got long heels, and she's got good cartilages, big feet.
Uh-huh.
But even I could see where it's like, okay, she needs more work done on those frogs. So I trimmed the crap out of them today.
Well, good. Good for you.
Yeah, all the horses I trimmed today, I have a little bit better sight of the back of the hoof. So I applied some of this new stuff to trimming the bars and trimming out the frogs. And yeah, anyways,
Okay.
I was excited. I was like, wonder if I should be taking pictures of all these. I suck at taking pictures. But
Well, great.
yeah, I shared some of the stuff I learned from you recently with Amy at the barn. She wanted to
Good.
tell me thank you so much.
Well,
You
that's
know,
awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you made it to share with us here at the end.
yeah, me too. I'm glad you posted that video because I've been thinking about getting a Proxon. Because after
Uh-huh.
doing this for, 14 plus years, like my body
Yeah.
is killing me. My hands are killing me. And
Yeah.
today, trimming out all 4 of their hoofs today and really focusing more on the bar and the
Mm-hmm.
frog. My hands are hurting. And I'm like, and I'm like, I need to get a Proxon and a grinder, but I've never used one before. So watching you do that video, I was like, yes, this is what I needed to watch you do it because I think I'm gonna get one and start using it.
Okay, great. Great. I'm glad I could help you out there.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you for the video. That was
Well, you're
nice.
welcome. And hey, Happy New Year.
Yes, happy New Year to you too.
Okay, guys. Well, anybody got anything else? Okay, well, I want to wish everybody a very happy new year and God bless us, everyone.
Happy
Y'all
New
Thank
have,
Year.
you. You too.
Is there another
Amen.
hoof chat next week?
yes,
Okay,
yep,
great. I'll have updated pictures of Lamage. I've been so busy with work, I didn't have a chance to get good pictures of him, but I
okay,
have more time this week and I want to go over them with you. So
okay.
looking
Sounds
forward to
great.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Hey, everybody, take care.
Happy New Year.
Take care. Thank you.
Happy New
Happy New
Year.
Year.
Thank you.
Happy New
Happy New
Year.
Year.
Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Now, how do I get out of here?
I always have to do that too.
Yeah, I'm lost.
I press on the screen several times. How do I leave? Oh, there we
How do
go.
I leave?
Have a good night, Linda.
You too, bye.
Bye.
Let's see. Okay, I don't want to share anything. Oh, to do. Stop share. There we go. Okay. End. Oh, wait. Nope.